Hello, hello. Welcome into Risen Esports. We're getting ready for our grand finals of the Premade dominant season. I'm so excited to see how these teams are going to be able to match up against one another. I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Doctor. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here for the grand final matchup between We Love Soulbert and Orbital Academy. These two teams have had such a journey to get here, and now they finally get to meet for this all-encompassing cataclysmic event here that we're going to see here today.
It's really entertaining to see this kind of thing because Orbital were the team I believe that got second in their group against I think it was Bandits who went undefeated. They didn't lose a single game. But then We Love Soulbert on the other side were able to take them down in a 4-game series while Orbital kept scraping by in these best of 5 game series to make it to the finals. And now trying to go up against the team that was able to best the best in their group, it's going to be a lot to ask out of Orbital.
Yeah, I mean, We Love Soulbert always just seems to have some sort of magic behind them as an organization. They always seem to just power up a little bit further every single time and look incredibly strong. So it's up to Orbital to really take advantage of some of the mechanics here in the game here today and really kind of show off a little bit and see if they can either take it to a game 5 and scrape out another victory or just come out completely swinging for the fences and take it in a much faster fashion.
Well, especially since we are going to be playing on 11-10. So a lot of the playoffs before had been on 11-9, 11-8. So there were those changes that people are getting used to. Morgana jungle, Diana Rumble. These things have been terrorizing the jungle so far. 11-10 has seen just a slight introduction to a little bit longer on the respawn timers, which you and I were talking a little bit beforehand. Only really favors Morgana. She's like, oh, cool. I clear really quickly, and then I go gank a lane. Perfect.
Yeah, it's such a scary thing to see Morgana on the enemy team. And when it was just the support form before, it was scary for a bot laner. But as the other lanes, you could be a little bit, relaxed about it. You didn't really have to worry about her till the team fights or the skirmishes started breaking out. Now as a jungler, it's a constant threat. She could come out and gank you anytime, any place, anywhere. And you have to be ready for it and willing to pay attention to those wards, to those maps. And as we head into this champion select, we're starting to see some junglers band away, some of the more higher played junglers between these two teams. Kha'Zix, Graves, Kindred. Nautilus buffs, those didn't go live this next patch for the jungle.
I think it's the next one that he's going to, on 11-11, that he's going to get the buffs. But it's not necessarily unheard of, because we have seen that Orange Maple does like to play that a lot in the bot lane regardless. And this could be something that might be what they're not really too well practiced on. Even though I know Yushuan likes to play a lot of engaged supports as well, this might mean that they want to fall back. If you look at the semifinals, they actually picked a lot of Karma bot lane, trying to make sure that they can poke and whittle out their opponents. So now that they have this Morgana already locked in, since we didn't see it banned, that might be what they want to be able to do in the bot lane.
Yeah, first pick territory, it's super doable here. There's a lot of picks that are super strong in the meta right now, but Morgana, 100% first pickable. Following it up, we are going to see Orbital pick up Thresh and Set, so not quite the Karma, still has a lot of shielding as well as Peel to go along in that bot lane. I'm curious what they're going to pair that with in terms of carry potential, as we do see Jinx was banned away, very nerfed this patch, no longer does get a pretty free buff steal in terms of her ultimate, so
I miss that.
it's very sad for a Jinx player, but we persevere. We've done it before when they messed with the clap traps, so I'm sure we'll do it again.
Exactly. But so now it is going to be that bot lane focus that we were talking about a bit, coming in from We Love Soulbert, grabbing that Vars for Soulbert himself, and probably wanting to get the support to tag along with that, since the set is something that can be flexed. We've seen Orbital do it before, and this is not something that is outside of their realm of possibility of where they want to put it. So I do like that they're trying to get the bot lane, make sure you're getting the standard things, and then you know where set's going to go. So that way you can try to counter pick them. Oh, Rengar coming in.
I love it. It's so out of the blue. It's so out there in terms of what's strong in the jungle right now, and I'm interested to see how it plays into that, more gank focused gameplay that we're kind of thinking is going to come out here, because he clears decently quick as long as you don't go for like Kurt Camp, but then he's going to be able to get into these lanes. He's going to have to gank a lot because it also helps his passive stack up, gaining that more attack damage and becoming that more of a threat. But into the Morgana, if he gets caught, it's squishy. It's Rengar. He's going to explode with any kind of assistance from We Love Soulbert.
then again, on the flip side, Rengar can do the same over to Morgana.
Yeah.
It just who gets the jump on who really is going to be the name of the game for the jungles. But now we are into the second part of the bans. Jace and Tristana still hitting at that ADC pool coming in from Soulbert, since they got themselves the Varus and they're trying to make it so they can have a pretty easy bot lane and really force the hand of Orbital to try to have to play around them and maybe even have to grab something that's not quite too high tier in the meta.
Yeah, and Lucian banned away as well. Another solo laner here from Orbital Academy. They don't want to have too much of a struggle here, but with this final ban from Wheel of Soulbert, do they ban away, say, like the Caitlyn? It's actually going to be the... Oh, it's not locked in yet.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It could be Syndra. It is going to be Syndra. I actually am surprised that they didn't ban away that Caitlyn, even though it is a Thresh, and Aphelios is a far better pair to be able to put with that Thresh. It's, as you were probably alluding to, is that Caitlyn does really well into these lanes that try to poke out at her, since she can hit just as hard in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's very problematic. Lots of wave clear too, which can be matched quite easily by the Varus in a lot of fashions. But now it's up to Orbital Academy to pick it. Vayne. All right, I like it. I like it. We've seen a lot of Vayne in the past. The mythic changes did her quite well, so we've seen a lot of her in and out of the meta in terms of a lot of things. But Orbital Academy, I'm starting to get a little concerned. When you look at their team, it's 2 melees, a Vayne, relatively short ranged, and Thresh. So their sieging potential is basically non-existent, and heading into Leona Morgana, who can always just pull that trigger, explode you at any time they want, and have some follow-up from the long-ranged Varus. I don't know what Orbital Academy starts to do if they start staying even into the late game or even falling behind.
As Akali gets locked in, that is a flexible pick too. Can go top lane, can go mid lane. I'm expecting it for Earl King, but I'm waiting to see what they're going to draft for the top lane, what they want to be able to get into the hands of Scouting Ground and make it so that they kind of have an idea of where the set is going to go. They need to make sure, because that's the flexible pick here, isn't it? It's the one that they have to always keep in mind that easily can go mid lane into Random Capital's hands, or could still go topside. So this Soulbert pick, it's going to be difficult into Set. And Set is just one of those champions who does so well into anyone who wants to build tank.
Yeah, Set is a strong pick overall. As we said, it's very flexible. It is going to be that Silas picked up as well, but Set, I'm curious what build we're going to get, right? Is it the tanky set? Is it the bruiser set? I imagine it might be bruiser set with maybe a chem tank to start with. That way he can be competitive with the Volibear, both in lane and come the mid game when he starts trying to get a little bit more aggressive and getting these picks out onto We Love Soulbert. And Silas, I like the rounding out of it, because he's so strong right now. He's been doing a lot of work over there in Iceland with MSI, and it's just interesting to see how it'll play into this team, because once again, it's another melee champion.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that it's just the low range that he has now. It's kind of what all Orbital have at the moment. They're all low range.
It's a tough ask, because Varus quite far range as long as he's poking. His auto attack range isn't amazing. It's not like Tristana Caitlyn range, but it's still decent. Morgana, you can hit that binding from 5 ever away and not really have to worry about it, because you just walk away. You don't have to worry about anything. Leona with the Zenith Blade and the Solar Flare, very easy to catch people off guard when they're just trying to go for a bit of poke or even just some farm. So these solo lanes, if the Leona is able to roam, have to be wary, have to be a little bit more aware, because if you combo that with the Morgana, that jungle support duo is so heavy in crowd control, especially post 6, that I don't think there really is anybody that could survive it on the side of Orbital Academy. Maybe Set if he's like rushes tank stats, but even then with the Volibear in the top lane, he's not going to survive for long.
No, and that's something we'll have to see when we get into the game. For now, we're going to toss it to a break. When we come back, it'll be the first game of the grand finals for the Premade Dominant, so stick around. Welcome back. We're on the Rift. Game 1 of the grand finals here for the Premade dominant at Risen. And it should be an exciting one. We got a Rain Guard to start it all off. I know I like seeing these weirder picks. The ones that are more the comfort picks coming in from players in Orbital are not disappointing.
No, and this is definitely the game that you want to pull that out in. It's game 1 of a best of 5. This is where you can be the loosest of any of the following games because it's game 1. You have so many games following it that if you make a mistake here, you can capitalize and recover in the later games. So Rengar, it might not be meta and it might be going up against a Morgana, but it's game 1. If it doesn't work, just pay attention next time and pick a different pick.
As I'm looking at the keystones right now, we're seeing some interesting changes and adaptations from players. Jalingo going for that Predator on to Morgana. And, you know, it's kind of like up in the air of what keystone exactly you want to go for Morgana. But this really is showing that he is embracing the 11-10 patch, saying, all right, I full clear, and then I'm ganking. I'm getting boots, and we're going lane to lane here. We are not stopping this gravy train.
Yeah, and it's great because you can get ahead of the curve here.
Sorry,
like,
the Rengar blast cone caught me off guard there.
Yeah. The Predator's nice, I think, because it can kind of get ahead of the curve. Because the one thing stopping Morgana's gank potential with that Dark Binding is minions being in the way. So if you Speedy Gonzalez your way in there with those Predator boots, get behind or even inside the minions, it can be a lot easier to land that Dark Binding and start the gank off, or try and recover and get around them.
It is. It's going to be something that Jalingo is going to have to make sure to be on point with. Though we do know that he likes to play this champion, has played it a couple times in the semifinals. The one loss, but also the final win in Game 4. To be able to take that. So now they're going to try to see if they can utilize it here against their opponents in Orbital, who love to have these assassin carries in the jungle. And with the low range they got, it's a little worrying. Ooh, that could have been good from Orange Meeple. But look at this. They're the ones getting the level advantage in this bot lane, utilizing the fact that Vayne's not like she used to be. She actually is a bit scary in lane.
Yeah, we were just talking about this. We were trying to figure out what the best path for Rengar was going to be, and it seems like Orbital agreed, and we were both kind of the mind that Soulbert and Ishwan here were going to be able to get the level 2 first, but some nice trading, some nice adjustments there made it so that KNG and Orange Meeple were able to get it first, push them back. Now they're in an awkward position though, right? Because Morgana's now completed an entire full clear of her jungle and is moving onto the bot lane. And if Derikos decides to go for this Gromp, he's going to be late to the party.
That's the problem with that play coming in right now for Derikos, is the fact that Rengar just isn't going to be able to keep up with a Morgana clear. Fortunately for them, they are going to at least have that ward that was going to be able to spot out Jalingo, but nice tag with the Storm and try to see if they can... Ooh, man, the predictions and the flash in. First blood for Jalingo in the gank. Tormented Soils helping to take that one.
That was insane. That was warded too. Jalingo just W-keyed through the ward, managed to get into the lane, and the nice Zenith Blade coming from Eshwan to lock down Orange Meeple, even through the Flay, then lands the Q-stun, gets it up, set up, and then the flash prediction was really clean there from Jalingo. Tries to get another one, but...
Yeah, just lane to lane.
Is your stream delayed?
No, I think I was just saying that it's just lane to lane, just Jalingo kind of going
lane to lane. I misheard you, Magical.
Oh, no, just lane to lane. It's just Jalingo going bot lane, going mid lane, saying, cool, this is kind of what I expected it once, the boots were there, but Jalingo saying, nah, I don't need the boots. I don't even know why I took the keystone here. I just want to be able to gank. Ooh, but right now, the 1v1 Earl King. All right.
That might have been a little unwise from Random Capitals to follow that absconded duct there, because just the HP bar wasn't in place. But Earl King, great presence of mind, hiding in the smoke there, gets the kill. And for some reason, Derikos is trying to steal away Jalingo's camp on spawn. And the teleport in from Random Capitals actually makes it safe.
Yeah, it was actually a good play coming in from them, because Scouting Grounds got chunked pretty low by Sheepman top lane. So there's no real answer that was going to come in from Soulbert. You knew that Earl King had already used TP, was just recalling to use TP mid lane. So even if you want to TP in from Earl King, it's going to be a 3v2 advantage for Orbital. It doesn't matter. There's no way that Scouting Grounds was going to be a part of that. So why not make sure that you're going to at least get a little bit of lead coming in from that Rain Guard?
Yeah, and it's made them even on camps at this point because Morgana was able to just then clear the camp during Derricos's back. So they're going to be on the field quicker once again. They do have those social shoes available, so that Predator will be online very shortly, and they're already back into the mid lane just as Derricos is making it to a camp.
This is what we're saying. Lane to lane, gank, gank. Anytime there's a possibility to try to find a play, that's what's going to happen from mid lane go, especially with the Predator. So went mid lane, said, all right, nothing here. Why not go get a free dragon? I don't think that they're going to be able to. In fact, look at where Derricos is at the moment, all the way top lane.
Yeah, the Krug camp is so painful for Rengar. It just spawns so many little, droppy guys, and it's tough because as a mainly single target champion, it's just gets blown up.
Ooh, that was a bit rough. I actually expected to see Sheepman go for the ult to try to get that full-on 1v1 fight against Scouting Grounds, but I think the press of the attack damage that was coming through was a bit too scary for Sheepman to fully commit for that fight.
The one thing now, though, Scouting Ground just popped their second potion, whereas Sheepman doesn't have any, hasn't had any, so is a little bit healthier at the moment, but we'll see if they go for another extended trade again with that pickaxe versus Sheen. And I know that from speaking with some other people that Sheen seems largely considered one of the worst items you can pick up just because it feels so underwhelming at this moment. So I think pickaxe will be. Yeah, nothing like it used to be. It's cheaper, sure, but is it worth it?
I don't think so. It's like I missed the old days where I gave you mana too. It's like, all right, well, it's just going to be a weaker version. Ooh, but nice hook comes in from Orange Meeple onto Eshwan. Got to get a large chunk of damage with the help of the press of the attack. So now again, bot lane, King Joe, Orange Meeple, get control.
I think that's how that lane kind of has to continue for the next couple moments because you just land a death sentence, you get the press the attack poke off with King Joe, and then reset. Go back to the neutral state of the lane, try and do it again in a couple seconds, and just keep poking away at Eshwan specifically because that is going to dissuade the engage potential from the Leona that you could always be concerned about, especially with Jalingo just moving everywhere. They're like Sonic, they're everywhere at the same time.
Sonic's everywhere? I thought Sonic just goes fast. That was my whole thought process. But right now, Scouting Grounds is in the 1v1 fight. It's going to be the ult in, but Jalingo a little bit too late. Nice use of the ult coming in from Scouting Grounds to turn it around.
Sheepman. Oh.
Uh-oh. Earl King, you have that execute if you need to be able to escape. Oh, here's the Lantern. Earl King trying to use that the flash away as well. Random Capitals has stolen away perfect execution. There's a blast cone there. There's no escape. It's going to be a kill for Dracos.
Did cost both the ultimates as more action.
Yeah, but King Joe outplaying them right now. The heal forced by Soulbert just to keep Eshwan alive. The poke should not be enough from Soulbert, but look who's on the other side. Here's the hook, here's the play. They got the kill for Random Capitals, and now Soulbert, you ain't got anywhere to go. Flash still off of cooldown, giving the kill double over to Random Capitals.
A huge swing in momentum here for Orbital Academy. Yes, they're currently behind on gold, but that is a massive pickup there. 2 kills to Random Capitals, 1 to Derricos. These are carries in their own right that are going to be able to carry this game in a couple minutes. They're going to go back to base, build up a couple more items. We do see that lost chapter coming in for Random Capitals as well. So a bit of a rocky start for them on the Silas, losing that 1v1 in the mid lane. Definitely making up for it now.
Exactly. Getting this kill, getting these kills over towards Random Capitals might make this laning phase a bit easier. Unfortunately, still quite far behind in experience, quite far behind in CS to Earl King. But it is getting into that idea that you kind of were setting up, that Silas and Rengar, they kind of want to be able to tag team with one another, be the skirmishing duo that rotates around the map constantly. And Earl King has yet to actually do that to be able to stop this rotating coming in from the side of Orbital.
Yeah, it'll start being a little bit scarier once they get a fully completed mythic and they can actually start pairing up, or if maybe the first tower goes down. But with a minute 20 until the next dragon, that kind of becomes a pressure point because, as we've seen already, Morgana's pretty good at taking dragons. Does get a little bit of help from Soulbert and Eshwan earlier, but the pressure in the bottom lane has been kind of swingy up to this point. Like we saw King Joe and Orange Meatball having that, pressure for a little bit. Then Meatball went on the rotation to help out their friends, and all of a sudden we're back under Orbital's tower. So Soulbert.
Dracos found Soulbert. That's a lot of damage. Flash away. Unfortunately, Chain of Corruption did not land. Now has the brush to be able to get a solo kill over Soulbert.
did spend the flash as well. Soulbert's flash is on cooldown too, so bit tragic there from both sides. You hate spending your flash and dying anyway in the end of the day.
Flash is an offensive summoner. You use it whenever you need to get a kill, my dude.
Especially for Derrickos, it worked out. They get their second kill of the game. It's more stacks. They have that Rift Herald in their back pocket as well if they really choose to do this, but with Jalingo here, I think they are just going to take that small victory, back off, reset for the Dragon in 15 seconds. So with no AD carry currently on the map, Soulbert's gonna have to run back here, but it's Varus. He does have some long range poke, no ultimate, no flash or nor heal though, makes him a little bit less scary.
Change is going to connect from random capitals. He did not want that, and he sold the ult to try to be able to survive underneath the turret, and will be able to do just that. But all the while, we see that there is an attempted play using this Rift Herald to try to make sure that the side of Orbital can set up around this dragon. And now that random capitals has TP, they can easily utilize that to get an advantage.
We do see top laner coming down as well. Sheepman trying to run down, teleport these into the bot lane.
Now look, bot lane. You have random capitals, great flank onto Soulbert, but it is going to be the skewered dragon for the side of We Love Soulbert. Oh. They've even locked down poor King Joe. He couldn't do anything. Soulbert trying to be able to get away, dies to the Kingslayer, and now the ult coming in from Scouting Grounds, getting a lot of damage onto Sheepman, but he's still alive. And in the thick of it all, Derrickos finally dies to the bear as random capital shows up a little bit too late, getting the heal, being able to turn it around. He's doing it, man. He's got the kill coming in from Earl King, but he's going to be able to get a triple kill for himself on top of it all.
I said Sylas was strong. He's showing me why. It is insane what this champion can do when given just an inch. So much damage, so much healing coming through. And Random Capitals teleported into that bottom lane while the rest of the 4v4 was happening at the Dragon, was able to solo out Soulbert and then make their way up top. And it was a game changer for the rest of that fight. Came in, distracted a bunch of people, healed up basically back to full, and even with Earl King trying their hardest and getting that one trade at the end there, just can't survive through the Sylas damage.
No, and with no grievous wounds for the side of We Love Soulbert, how are you going to stop him from just constantly healing? You saw how low random capitals constantly got in that fight. What was it? I think 3 times was down in the triple digits, nearly dying, like down towards 100 each time, and then boom, Kingslayer back up to full.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Darksteel. It's already fully stacked. It's 10 stacks plus the Everfrost. That is a huge amount of damage coming out. If they upgrade it, I wouldn't be shocked. It's a little aggressive, but if you're at this point, you're 5-1-2, 12 minutes into the game, it's definitely a thought that's gone through their head at this moment.
I always support upgrading to Magi's. I always will. Does not matter ahead or not. You get yourself a Magi's. Get them stacks. It's always the fun game. Exactly. And then you get the cooldown, well, ability haste now when you get up to 20 stacks too, and movement speed. It's all great. It's all beautiful.
I think the movement speed is the best part, because combine that with the Everfrost, you're just going to be, thuming into lanes, locking people down with the Absconda Ducts. Then you throw an Everfrost down on top for good measure. That's tragic. Derrickos really wanted
it. Oh, he still wants the fight, though. Look at this damage coming in. And when you don't land the Dark Binding, but the Soul Shackles. And now Earl King here, going to be able to get the kill. And unfortunately, on the other side, it's a jungle for jungle trade. As Earl King in the mist, trying to be able to get away. They got the stun and the cleanse out of King Joe. Earl King waiting it out, trying to buy some time in order for Soulbert to be able to show up and get the lockdown onto Raven Capitals. They've taken him down and shut him down. Gold into Soulbert's pockets, looking for the arrow piercing. Going to do a lot over to Joe. That is going to be the side of We Love Soulbert winning that fight.
Little over-aggression there from Orbital. They thought they could take that fight because of how far ahead their Sylas was, but the CC train is just too much to deal with.
Oh, it's now, this just might be a solo kill coming in from Scouting Grounds. That's the ult used to dunk on top of him.
It's your favorite item, magical. It's the
best
old
item in the game.
Volibear.
100% win rate, baby.
It would seem so. He's 3-1-2, and both times he's had to use it here in the top side, he's gotten the kill on top of it. So We Love Soulbert starting to come online here. They're evening up these scorelines, and this entire time they've had a gold advantage. And I think a lot of it is actually coming from this jungle position, mid too, because they're both on a 20 to 30 CS advantage. So it's kind of severe at this point, and it's making Derrickos and Random Capitals a little bit anemic, even with the 6 kills there on Random Capitals.
Plus the shutdown gold that was just picked up by Soulbert off of Random Capitals. Putting that into your ADC's pockets, who was struggling before, sitting at 0-3, now having shutdown gold, having that kill, is going to help this first, even though it is actually, it's not going to be the utility. Look at that Kraken Slayer. Going for the on-hit build, as opposed to going to the normal lethality that we tend to see from Varus as of late.
Yeah, I do like the Kraken Slayer build a little bit, especially comboed with that lethal tempo. But I mean, look at the difference in AD carries, right? One kill means that it's now mythic versus non-mythic, and if you look at the gold specifically, it's an 700 to 800 gold lead, depending on how many minions they've each picked up in that specific second. So, one kill, huge advantage already on the side of We Love Soulbert in that bottom lane once again, and the Leona is now kind of given free reign to roam around and help out the rest of the map, because Soulbert on this Varus can be very safe in clearing waves.
Random Capitals wants to be able to fight Earl King again, kind of get some retribution from that early solo kill that we saw. But unfortunately, the fact that Jalingo is hanging around the wings, constantly saying, nah, this ain't happening, I have that black shield just in case to be able to keep my colleague safe, meant that Random Capitals had to back out of that one, realizing that it wasn't going to be a good fight. So with the TP expended to be able to get back into mid lane, it's pretty much going to be a reset for some time, and waiting to see who's going to be able to get enough gold to be able to actually impact things, since it's stalled out. And especially for Random Capitals, no longer having that momentous lead that, well, he still has a pretty good lead, but if you look at the gold, he's pretty neck and neck with Earl King despite having 6 kills.
Yeah, and the Dragon's now the next point of contention.
Oh, Solar Flare came out and going to be returned as well. Orange People, he's getting jumped on, finally dies. As you can see, Scouting Grounds into the backline, looking for King Joe, but flashing over the wall as Dorakos was able to help out on the other side. Now they've got the ult. Oh, the shutdown for a double kill out of Sheepman, and now Earl King with the fancy feat being able to dodge all around, looking to see if he can get back into the fight, but unfortunately, they spotted him out. Triple kill for Sheepman.
That Stridebreaker's something else. I mean, just takes control of that fight. You can see that the timing in when everybody showed up was a little bit better on the side of Orbital there. They take advantage of it. Even with the crowd control coming out from Eshwan and Jalingo, the damage just wasn't there. Earl King can only do so much as the Sakali, and they did their job. They killed the enemy jungler. It's just that Scouting Ground isn't in a position with this Essence Reaver to really be challenging the backline in the same way Sheepman can. Sheepman was able to get into the backline, do the face breaker, throw out a haymaker, pick up the kill onto Eshwan there, and then was still tanky enough and still had enough HP to go for that showstopper onto Scouting Ground and brings him right back within range of King Joe, who then takes him out mid-ultimate and just turned the fight around.
With that turnaround fight, it's given not exactly a cold lead, but a bit of an advantage back over to the side of Orbital that they can now utilize. It's Sheepman with this advantage, with that shutdown gold on top of his head, and wants to constantly be able to fight around into the tank matchup top side.
Oh, wait.
Of course, you gotta be careful. Haymaker Shield does help out, though, and Durako is going to be able to get the kill. Oh, no, this could be an unfortunate TP. No, but Predator from Jalingo scares them away.
This Rengar is looking very scary with that Duskblade impact. It's, you know, did cost the ultimate, but Sheepman was in a lot of danger there for most of that fight, just in time for Derikos to show up and pick up the kill. But I mean, if that continues, I mean, how far away is Scouting Ground from his next item? He's currently sitting on 500.5 gold. And it's not a tank item he's building, I'll tell you that.
Could be the Sterix gauge that he wants to be able to go for, just to be able to survive even longer in the backline, but also being that bruiser that you can't really kill too easily. And so that now that you have these threats, we were wondering what the build was going to be. Oh, but bot lane Soulbert. Okay.
Definitely some Vayne spotting there. King Joe thought they had the advantage now that they finally picked up that Kraken Slayer, but Soulbert already had the Zeal on top of it, and so using all of the abilities there, being able to pop those marks just does an untold amount of damage. Picks up the easy kill, almost gifted over to King Joe, who just, again, they thought they were stronger than they were at that point, because it makes sense in your mind, right? You're like, I'm Vayne, I have a Kraken Slayer, I have pressed the attack, I should be able to auto attack Soulbert's Varus. Then you just got hit by every ability that Soulbert has. Even using the cleanse to get out of the ultimate, you're not safe.
Oh, and Soulbert, he will die. Shut down by Dracos, who just said, all right, you're a Varus. You're way too far out, and I have my ult. I'm going to kill you. I think right now we do have Rengar at 3 stacks on that Bone Tooth necklace, so getting a good amount of extra AD too. Pretty much just means Soulbert doesn't get to survive.
Yeah, 9% bonus AD with the Essence Reaver Duskblade combo is a lot.
Okay.
And a lot.
Showstopper. Oh, the healing! Man, we are seeing some crazy 1v1s going on right now, Doc.
This is a very hectic match. I will tell you that, Magical. And this is, from talking earlier, this is exactly what you wanted.
It is. I like my fights. I like my aggression as another solar flare onto Orange Meeple, but this time there's no one to back him up. He dies pretty easily in that fight, giving 2 kills back over to the side of We Love Soulbert. They continue to have this gold lead, and they're about to get the kill lead too.
We're at almost 1.5 kills a minute, and it's 20 minutes into the game. This is very hectic. I'm excited for the rest of this series.
That reminds me of the LPL. It reminds me of the LPL.
Fonder days in the past, I see. But look at this teleport and the ultimate being popped already. What are they checking for?
I don't know. I'm actually like genuinely curious of that TP.
Like, we did see Jalingo was in the river like when it started, but they were basing. So
yeah, that's like that was a little odd. And speaking of odd, look at Scouting Ground's build right now. Well, you see this.
This is what I thought was gonna happen because I saw the quiver plus the Vamp Scepter, and that's just what those 2 items build into.
Yeah, it's not
odd.
that. It's not that it was more that the quiver got built in the first place. Like, I saw this Essence Reaver, right? I thought it was gonna be straight tank. Oh, bye, Soulbert, you just died. So I thought it was gonna be straight tank after that, right? I thought it was gonna be pretty easy for Scouting Grounds to be able to then transition, be a good front line. He's like, nah, I'm split push duty. I'm gonna fight Sheepman as many times as humanly possible in the side lane. And yes, I am completely ignoring that kill on Soulbert because it's just kind of what it's kind of the nature.
It's Rengar, right? It's just foretold.
It's foretold. I mean, this is why you go utility Varus into Rengar, because you're gonna die over and over again. So just might as well have many ults up.
But no, you're definitely right on the Immortal Shield Bow pickup here from Scouting Ground. It makes me think that it's just split push Volibear, because what does he do in a team fight? He just explodes because there's no chance that he survives the King Joe random capitals damage. So just stick him in a side wave. Why is he even here?
I was about to say, yeah, it's like they want to get into Soul Point. They want to stop the side of Orbital from taking this one. But keep in mind, Soulbert, he was dead at the very beginning. There's no way he was going to be able to join into this one. So now you have this flank from Sheepman on the other side, getting a lot of damage with the help of the Stride Breaker. Looking for the Haymaker shield too, but it's going to be the dunk into the back line. Scouting Ground trying to see if they can get the kill with the Shoulder Shackle stolen away. They've got the shutdown under Echoes. Looking for more as Random Capital still golden. Do you want to jump in on the Shuriken flip as you already got a double kill coming in from the side of King Joe with the cleanse as well to be able to get back into the fight? But the rest of We Love Soulbert are going to bail out of the fight. It is going to be an even skirmish between the 2 teams, but I would say it favors the side of Orbital because they got the Dragon too.
Yeah, I think this is starting to get pretty scary for We Love Soulbert. You know, they've gotten 2 Oceans already. At this pace, they may even get a 3rd, which puts them then on Soul Point. And Ocean Soul with 4 Ocean Dragons is GG. It's insane how much healing you get, especially on a team that is as active as Orbitals is. Everybody's doing something all the time in a team fight, and they're just going to keep healing up. And the burst, while it's there on the side of We Love Soulbert, it's burst. And what counters burst except sustain? So if they can survive that initial burst output from We Love Soulbert, they're going to be able to get all of that HP back with the Dragon Souls, or Dragon Oceans, Ocean Dragon, whatever you want to call them. They just heal a lot.
Yeah, I still stand by this thought process that Riot needs to change the dragons to have like more thematic lore to them. So it would be like a sea serpent for the ocean dragon, right? To be like what is it? Bilgewater. So you have like this lore, right? Where instead of an ocean dragon, it's a sea serpent that you're killing. I think that would be really cool. So right now, Rocco's face checking into the brush. Nice dark binding. Accidentally connect on a random capitals, but they jump back in. Ishwan going to be able to get at least a solar flare on top of him. He's trying to see if they can stay alive. Ghost Golden to be able to do so. With the TP in behind, they have at least the numbers advantage, but they have to completely bail out of it. 5v3. Orbital weren't able to get the kills they need to, all the while Scouting Grounds is pushing bot lane.
Yeah, this is a net win here for We Love Soulbert. The
no, Soulbert.
Right.
It was a net win. It was a net win.
They got the tower, right? Is the tower dead yet? Now it dies. It's a win. It's a win for We Love Soulbert. We sacrifice Soulbert for the tower, and that is a trade I think chat will take 100% of the time.
But mid lane turret's traded too. So it's like,
all right, well, I said all of my words before that happened.
You have a point there. You do have a point. But unfortunately for Soulbert, they just don't
Oh,
get
that would have been sick.
That was close. I think Orange Meat Belt needed to go for the hook first, then the lantern, because you need to stop that recall. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because even if you get the kill, I don't know if it's necessarily the best. It's going to expend a lot regardless. So right now, for the side of Orbital, they have at least been able to keep the gold deficit within that 1,000 lead. It's not really looking too bad for them. A skirmish composition that wants to be able to find these long, drawn-out fights, and like you mentioned, having 2 Ocean Dragons on top of that, looking for the Ocean Soul, is going to be insane if they can somehow get it.
Yeah, things are gonna keep at this pace. I have to imagine these teams are just hell-bent on fighting for every single advantage at every single moment. So you love to see it, but I think these skirmishes are going to keep happening, and that's where things are start going to get spicy, because we're starting to see the burst from Orbital isn't that great into We Love Soulbert. We saw in that top side there, Derricos trying to get something done in that top tri-bush. A little bit of indecision there between taking the lantern to safety and just disengaging and re-engaging once that Dark Binding whiffed. It just kind of put them in a tough spot, but now they're going for it.
Earl King's got the Twilight Shroud, trying to be able to get away. Can't get away from the hook, though. Shuriken Flip is denied with the Flay. Earl King wants to be able to get back towards the turret. Goes golden to be able to do so, but the TP's way too late. You're going to die for the flash coming in, but it's still the kill coming in from Random Capitals. Can they turn the fight around with a nice hook again? Look at how squishy Scouting Grounds is. He can't even get away.
Man, this build is a head scratcher.
Oh, bye, Soulbert. Oh, yep, there he goes. Okay, he died. I'm just going to say that whenever he dies, because it just, he shows up anywhere near Silence Rengar, he's going to die immediately. And with 3 dead on the side of We Love Soulbert, that is an easy Baron for the side of Orbital.
Now, I don't think the Varus pick is bad by any means. It's
it's just squishy.
Pick. Yeah, it's just a tough drop, right? Like, everybody's played this matchup in solo queue. You're having a good time on a immobile champion, and all of a sudden you just get dogpiled by assassins, and you're just like, well, I enjoy the grayscale map. It's very pleasing to my eye, and so it's a tough draw.
See, this is where if I'm Soulbert, right, I just get a Zonias.
Yeah, I mean, he has scalings, right? He has AP scalings.
It's mostly just because I would see that little icon above my head and go, uh-oh, I know what's happening here. No Rengar, please, not today. Or at least draw it out a little bit longer. But now, we get back onto this. It is going to be a bit unfortunate for the side of We Love Soulbert. It is 3 dragons in the hands of Orbital Academy. 3 of those, the Ocean Dragon 2, with themselves being in that Ocean Dragon Soul point. It's going to be brutal to deal with, and constantly, these picks coming in, they're constantly looking for the plays on Eshwan. Eshwan cannot get out of there, even with the Solar Flare.
So that play right there from Derricos shows how well, or how much practice they have on this champion. They jumped to the ward so that they could then jump to Eshwan. Yeah. That is something that not every Rengar player is going to be doing, so definitely some practice there. They get the kill with the Baron buff. Their pushing power is insane, and with the threat of Solar Flare removed, or even Zenith Blade removed, this low-range composition doesn't really have too much to fear, because the main engage right now is just that Morgana binding.
And plus, they have Baron. They have to have Baron to be able to end these games because being so low range. There's still good wave clear on the side of We Love Soulbert. But it doesn't. When you have Baron buff, you feel nice. You feel strong. You're able to push your opponents back into their inhibitor turrets. You have a lot of gold that you now get to work with. A 3,000 gold lead they were able to get off of that Baron power push. So they are now the ones driving this game. They're the ones who are going to constantly try to see if they can force We Love Soulbert to play in their hands. And if Soulbert's team gets caught out, again, just, these picks that keep happening, this game is going to end pretty soon.
Yeah, and what's crazy about that gold lead is, yes, they have 1 tower, yes, they have 8 kills, and it's still only just about a 3k gold lead, because when you look at the farming that's been done by both teams, both the mid laner and the jungler are still down a significant number of CS, and Derricos and Random Capitals just said, we don't care. Like, it's as simple as that. We're just going to keep farming champions, gaining objectives off the back of it, and keep pushing these towers down. They've now extended that lead to 2 towers, looking to pick up a 6th of their own. Meanwhile, Sheepman's down in that bottom lane, just continually bullying Scouting Grounds under his own towers, and they can do this for another minute and a half, recall, and then set up for that next dragon, which is a must fight for of We Love Soulbert.
Ishwan, look at the damage bursting through him. You're not tanky anymore, Leona. And with that kill, even if it's only onto the support, they feel empowered to be able to push underneath this outer turret, one of the most difficult to defend. So this is why we see Soulbert's team just completely bailing out of there.
Man, that was a little tragic as the tank basically of We Love Soulbert just kind of getting melted by that tank shredding power of King Joe. And if Leona can't stand up to King Joe at this point, there's no one on We Love Soulbert who's going to be able to do that.
No. Plus, you have a Lord Dominic's regard for Durakos as well on this Rengar to even help out with that burst too. And bye, Soulbert. Oh, nice flash, nice flash. Okay, nice flash. That was just one Q. That was one Q.
It was a warning shot.
Yeah, it's like you had flash this time, but next
I'll see
time.
you Dragon in a minute and a half.
It's pretty much just gonna be rinse and repeat. Every time ult's up for Durakos, he's like, all right, where's Soulbert? Gotta kill Soulbert. All right. Look at the time. It's killing Soulbert time.
Hey, look, he's got a stopwatch though.
Hey, you know
what?
He gets
one get out of jail free card. One.
He had flash, so that was, I'd say, one. Now it's the stopwatch. I still think you just get Zhonya's just because it's gonna happen over and over again. It doesn't matter if it's like actually good on Varus or not. You're there to use your ult. As long as you can get that off, and then Zhonya's afterwards, you're set.
Yeah, I do think that Zhonya's over Guardian Angel is actually a more significant buff than like a lot of people kind of give it credit for, and this might just be memes, but like you get a repeatable cooldown that makes you invulnerable and you don't die, targetable, whatever it is. Whereas Guardian Angel, you get like one real life, but like how many times do you actually like get something out of it? And how many times do you revive in a crowd of 5 and you just die again?
Exactly.
Exactly. If you have feelings, I think it's a genuine consideration that can be had is does the Guardian Angel make that much of a difference in a team fight, or is me surviving 2.5 seconds longer the more important thing? Plus I get, cooldown reduction plus a little bit of a boost in my damage.
Okay, so we have an Infinity Edge that has been built up by Scouting Grounds on Volibear. He is going full crit bear. He is going to try to see if he can kill King Joe. I have a bad feeling here. Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. So that ain't going to happen that way. Solar Flare has been stolen by random capitals. This is going to be the party around Dragon.
They're in that bush. There is a pink ward there, so We Love Soulbert a bit safer now, but random capitals could just ult that bush and they'd scatter like cockroaches.
Oh, look at that. That's exactly what's happening. They're going to be able to jump on top of Scouting Grounds with the Solar Flare, trying to get the dunk back in, but it's going to be the kill under Durakos. Now trying to see if they can get it more, but they've already got a couple kills coming in from King Joe. Trying to see if he can kite it back around, trying to see if they can get into We Love Soulbert. Not really. Oh, wait, look, damage from King Joe. He's got himself another double kill in the fight, making a triple kill as he's able to completely clean house of We Love Soulbert.
Just an absolute rout. Full house coming in there between Sheepman and King Joe. And that whole fight was insane. If you look back on that, you saw 3/5 of that team of Orbital going for the aggression, going for that team fight and aggressing there on the We Love Soulbert. Meanwhile, you had King Joe focusing the dragon, making sure they could get that soul for themselves, and they secure it. And even with the healing, they do end up losing most of their members, but they're going to be able to pick up potentially 2 inhibitors. I think it's just going to be the 1 inhibitor plus the tower. But regardless, they have that dragon, they have that open inhibitor. They can ping on to the Baron, and I don't think We Love Soulbert has the power to stop them if they just decide to recall and go for it.
The big thing for me during that entire fight is that King Joe, completely untouched, was able to do whatever possible as Vayne. And when that happens, that is a bad time. QSS, I don't even think was used during that fight by King Joe. Was able to focus on the dragon, then turn the fight because all the attention had been focused onto this Rengar, trying to be able to kill the assassin. And yes, that does help you out, but you also need to be able to get rid of this Vayne, because if she's able to constantly spit out all this damage with the Silver Bolt proc, well, she's going to clean up everyone.
And it has to be a main focus. You can't just send like Scouting Ground and Eshwan over to King Joe. You need like Earl King over there too, because they do have the double cleanse.
Oh no, the hook lands onto Soulbert. The sidestep baited him in, and H1 trying to be able to get it back out of that one as Orange Meatball was able to help out, get another godlike for King Joe. Going golden, Earl King can't survive any longer. It's a triple kill for Durakos. One more left remaining. Jalingo wanting to be able to get away from the fight completely, but King Joe is on the hunt, wanting to be able to pick this up, dodging away from the dark binding. Jalingo, you're dead even if you have the soul shackles. They got the minions here too. It's an ace coming in from Orbital Academy. They will take game 1 in the grand finals.
That was an insane game 1. Orbital Academy are looking prepared. They're looking in top shape here for this grand finals. And we love Soulbert. They had some shine in the beginning, but their composition wasn't built to keep that shine going. They were trying to abuse early, get an advantage, and push that to the limit. But from what we saw from Orbital, they had that mid-late game composition. They scaled cleanly into it. They started winning those skirmishes and those team fights and really, really ran out of control.
And sometimes that's what happens when you have this heavy skirmish composition, right? I do believe Durakos ended that game with the full 5 stacks on the Bone Tooth necklace too. So the Skrangar just deleting Soulbert, this immobile carry. And unfortunately for them, they had pretty good siege. And I gotta say, I'm gonna be a little critical on Scouting Ground's build here. I think you needed to go tank in this matchup. You needed a front line to be able to deal and help out Soulbert so they could kite back. But without that, they were way too squishy and kept getting blown up.
Yeah, even with a tank Volibear, I have my doubts because Volibear, he's a bruiser. He's not an actual tank. You would need something like an Ornn or a Scion in this scenario to really even withstand it. But I mean, even then, that's what Vayne succeeds at. She just kills tanks. It's her job. So I do think we need to see a draft reconsideration here from We Love Soulbert heading into game 2. But as I said at the very beginning here, this was the game to play around with, learn what works, learn what doesn't work, so you can come into game 2 that much stronger.
Well, and we'll have to see how they're going to be able to change things up going into game 2. Right now, we're toss it to a break. We'll be right back for game 2 of the grand finals for the Premade Dominant, so don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back. We're getting ready for Game 2 of the Premade Dominant season for our grand finals. Orbital Academy came out swinging in Game 1. We love Soulbert. We kind of liked their composition at first, but unfortunately, it just wasn't able to get that scaling it needed to be able to set up sieges, while Orbital constantly looked for those skirmishes.
Yeah, there were definitely some cracks in the armor there that were very exploited by Orbital. So I'm curious to see how Orbital adjusts their game plan, because as the winning team, you don't really need to change too much. So it's up to the losers. We love Soulbert of Game 1 to adjust appropriately, come out swinging this time. And right now, Orbital sticking with that Graves ban. I think that makes a lot of sense considering how many games Jalingo has on it.
Yeah, and same with the Kha'Zix ban coming in from Soulbert to aim towards Durakos as well. Trying to take away these comfort picks. We're not really seeing too much changing in these bans. Pretty much the same 4 that were banned last time, still getting banned. There's the final change. Morgana taken away by Orbital.
That's definitely a concern for me, Magical, because if you're banning Morgana blue side, it shows that you just don't have that pick. Like, you've just never played it before, either solo queue, ranked, ARAMs, like... It's a concern in terms of drafting. Orbital, though, picking up the Thresh again, it was a good pick. It worked out.
It did. And that's the thing about Thresh, even if he's gotten some minor nerfs here and there, he has been one of the most dominant supports just because of how much he provides for the team. Repositioning for your ADCs, as well as being able to function as an engaged support too. It gives so much for the team. And you saw Orange Meatball last time around with those hooks, really helping out the team. But Soulbert are going to draft this Seraphine to see if it's going to be a counter. Could go bot lane, could go mid lane.
Does Seraphine jungle still work? I remember that was a thing.
I don't think it does anymore. Not nearly like it did like when she first came out and had absurd base damage on her passive.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary flex. I haven't seen it in the mid personally too much in the Lucian. Even though Lucian's a flex everywhere, top, mid, bottom, it makes me think that it's traditionally the Lucian mid. That's where we've been seeing him most recently on the last couple patches, both professionally and in solo queue. So while it does still have the potential to roam top, it's more of a top counter versus a mid pick.
Right. It's definitely kind of odd to see these picks so early on, especially if you are going to plan to flex them around, since now you've left open a couple of strong picks. Diana is the one I'm going to really have stick out in my mind as a jungle pick that can easily be picked up by Durakos. We talked about this jungler liking to play a lot of the assassins in the jungle, but Rumble is actually what they grab. And I actually have a feeling that it's not a jungle Rumble.
That it's not a jungle? Yeah.
No, I don't think that it is. I think that if I look at my notes really quick, just to make sure, I think that's a mid Rumble, actually. I think that is going to be for random capitals as opposed to being into the jungle.
Which is an interesting thought, especially if you assume it's mid lane Lucian. It can be very difficult to play that squishy melee mage matchup because Lucian runs suppress the attack and will absolutely burst you out every time it's off cooldown. It's so easy for him to do it. But Rumble in the mid game can be so explosive due to his high base damages that you don't really mind that much. You just show up to a dragon fight, drop your ultimate, kill everybody, claim the dragon for your own, and you could just then recover nicely and set up to an even game. I would expect Seeker's Arm Guard very early in the matchup there, which in the past has made it much more bearable. But obviously as item changes have come through, it's not the same end all be all that it used to be.
And we'll have to see where it is going to go. But right now, we are into the second part of the bans. As Tarek was the last pickup by We Love Soulbert. So probably going to be that Seraphine mid. Lucian might be bot lane, might be top lane. But more than likely is not going to be into the mid lane just because Seraphine has so few options left for herself. But into these bans, Set, Sylas are banned away. I'm surprised to see the Sylas ban by Orbital themselves since they were able to perform so admirably on that previously.
I mean, that just leads more credence to your thought that it's the mid lane Rumble, right? Like, if you had such a strong showing in game 1 as random capitals, why not just do it again? Like, there's still strong ultimates on the side of We Love Soulbert. The Encore, the Culling, the Invulnerability from the Tarek as well. Like, those are big, strong ultimates to steal away that, random capitals could do very well with. And so that last ban there for the side of We Love Soulbert is actually going to be Malphite. So another top laner being banned away from Orbital Academy.
Trying to make it so it's going to be a little bit easier. I almost wonder if they're trying to force out something like the Gangplank top lane. Trying to see if they put Sheepman onto this, and it is going to be that Lucian top, as you were kind of alluding to before, something that could be able to really skirmish well into him. As right now, for the side of We Love Soulbert, they have options. This is where I think you grab your jungle. You hold on to those flexes, make it so that they don't know exactly where everything is going to go. Is it going to be the Lucian bot lane? Is it going to be the Seraphine mid lane? Or maybe even the Seraphine bot lane carry with the Tarek helping, as Renekton is actually locked in, so it's not going to be the top lane Lucian like we were thinking.
Yeah, it's an interesting draft from We Love Soulbert, but we had similar concerns about Orbital Academy's draft in game number 1 when they had the Rengar, so there is still this last pick, and it could be something that just throws everything out the window. But I mean, if I had to pick where they were going, I mean, I don't even know where I would go. It's obviously Renekton. Well, I can't even say it's obviously Renekton top, because he's been played mid most recently at a professional level, so he's just kind of... Soulbert's all over the place. I don't know who's doing their drafting right now.
It is true. We're not exactly sure what's going to happen. They've pretty much left it so that everything's on the table. It's all disorganized. We don't know exactly how the puzzle piece is going to fit into the actual picture. But once we do, once we get that final pick, we'll have a perfect understanding of what We Love Soulbert are trying to provide. On the other side, though, Orbital have really drafted a pretty standard comp. Unfortunately, it actually is going to be the Rumble jungle. It's not going to be as I had theorized. Since they had banned that Silas, I thought maybe, yes, this is where they want to flex that Rumble. They are going to put that into Drakus' hand and have the Rumble jungle.
Looking at his stats one more time, because we were both kind of shocked by this. I don't see...
I don't see it.
Here's Rumble. He's played one ranked game of Rumble, and it was a loss that he went 6-8 and 10.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like they're confident enough going with that. They're going to grab it for themselves, with the final pick coming in from the side of We Love Soulbert being that Lilia. Lilia, I think, is one of the few junglers that has been a pretty mainstay champion in the jungle throughout Season 11, where sometimes she falls off, but she still is pretty powerful, and being this AP damage source, it worked perfectly for what they're lacking. Seraphine, while she can have some good damage that she can provide, isn't really enough. They need another secondary source of AP if they really want to be threatening, and that's why I think this pick fits so well into what We Love Soulbert's hands. Unfortunately, it's going up against Orbital's composition, which is set up to scale, set up to be able to hold their own, and when the late game happens, they have great damage all across the board.
Yeah, and I think the Renekton pick there is kind of going to bite Soulbert in the end, because giving that pickup so early, it's a blind Renekton. Whether it is going top or mid, we'll find out in just a couple of seconds, but it potentially gave up that Ornn counter pick, which is so strong because for the most part he gets to build tanky. I mean, even with the AP damage of the Seraphine and the Lilia, they're not super duper scary. It's not like coming into like a Brand, Morgana, Syndra, Zoe, any of these like explosive champions. These are kind of more sit and burn and sustain style damage. So, you know, he's going to be able to focus for the most part onto these early armors to prevent the early damage of Lucian Renekton, and then transition into those late game magic resist items that, you know, keep him, you know, well rounded. So combo that with the rest of this team fighting composition that Orbital have secured for themselves, and it's scary, like scary, like Friday the 13th scary for We Love Soulbert.
It is going to be difficult, but one thing I do like is that Tarek pick. The Tarek pick actually is perfect with to counter what Orbital has, since there's not really great burst potential coming in from Orbital. And Tarek is going to be able to keep the fight going longer with the Seraphine to back it all up, so they're constantly healing, constantly getting these shields to keep the fights going longer and longer. It might be a lot more even in these mid to late game team fights than we'd actually expect.
Yeah, it'll probably come down to these late game team fights, as long as they stay even. If We Love Soulbert are able to start getting that early lead though, and really punish Rumble, which can be very difficult from the jungle position, because you have to be heavy on the invade, heavy on the early kills to make it his problem, whereas otherwise he can just kind of farm it out and stay strong till the first dragon fight. You know, Rumble, when he's behind, isn't amazing, right? Like, he's an early mid-game champion, so we'll see if they can punish that fact of him. But again, he's in the jungle. His biggest enemy is going to be camps, because Lilia is quite squishy as well and can get collapsed upon quite easily.
All right, but now we actually do have, I'm going to update before I toss it to break. It is going to be Renekton top. It'll be Lucian mid lane with Soulbert piloting Seraphine. That's how they have decided to have this composition rounded out. I was curious to see if it was going to be the Seraphine bot lane, just because that is sometimes what you see when you have a Taric lined up with that. Unfortunately, Doc, I'm going to toss it to break so that way we can get ready for our game. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back into Risen Esports. We have Game 2 underway between We Love Soulbert and Orbital Academy. We have swapped sides. Orbital are up 1-0 over We Love Soulbert, and they have a composition with the Rumble Jungle that, if it works, this is a great team fight composition that Orbital have drafted.
Yeah, Orbital, all of game one, were out team fighting We Love Soulbert on a composition that we kind of didn't think they were going to be able to. Now they've specifically built the composition to capitalize on that fact. And I'm curious if their internal comms were, hey, game one went pretty great for us. Let's try and do that again, this time on purpose. And so they have that Rumble in the jungle. They have this King Joe Kaisa, another insanely strong champion in the current meta. And again, like you're saying, Magical, Derricos can make or break this game off of this one simple pick.
And even looking at We Love Soulbert, they do have that team fight capability as well. They have Earl King piloting the solution, so they are going to be able to get a little bit of that experience lead and gold lead into this mid laner if they can. And then Soulbert piloting Seraphine. It's something that always is scary when you have a Tark to pair up with it, because how long they could drag out these fights for with their shields, with their heals, as well as with the Tark Cosmic Radiance to keep the fight lasting way too long for the side of Orbital Academy. It's going to be pretty dependent on, like you said, how we've discussed Draco's playing this Rumble.
Yeah, and I kind of like the Earl King change in champion as well. They, had the advantage in game one over Random Capitals in that melee matchup. The Akali did quite well in the 1v1, but once it came out to these skirmishes and to these team fights, it didn't shine as much as you probably would have expected it to with the lead they were able to garner. Whereas now they've swapped over to this Lucian where they can just as easily, if not even easier, build up said lead. That's scary.
Ouch. That sucks for Random Capitals right there. Jalingo just gives a drive-by, a bunch of damage onto this Tristana into a Lucian matchup who wants to try to skirmish early on, meaning there is going to be little Random Capitals can do for quite some time unless you want to get one of those cheater recalls off and try to get back to lane ASAP. As unfortunately, oh wow, Draco's walking right into the hands of Jalingo and Earl King. They might need a flash. There it is. Flash over the wall. Flash reciprocated by Jalingo, looking for the prance damage, but the turret was enough. And the jump forward coming in. First blood and the flash away with a rocket jump. They get away with murder.
Oh no, that's a tilter. That is, oh boy. They thought they had the kill. They thought they had the damage. Jalingo flashed over the wall and was just like a half a Teemo out of range of landing that Q for the final hit onto Derricos, and that overextension was just what Random Capitals needed to be able to get back in. They're able to go back to base, teleport back into lane, and yeah, they're behind on CS, but that's first blood. That's 400 gold that was just gifted over to them.
And that's going to make it really rough now. Earl King is in a lane that you normally would consider even more even for the side of Lucian to be able to kind of dominate, to get that early lead with the low range out of Tristana. Well, she's back. She's got a longsword dagger, going to be able to play a bit more up front into Earl King, who does not have the flash anymore, does have that TP, but it's not really a position that you feel as confident in.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weak position from a champion that you thought would be able to take the lead and had the lead, right? Jalingo had been able.
Okay, Random Capitals. Wow.
The
knew he was going to play aggressive, but I didn't think it was going to be... yeah, the red buff definitely helps. But I didn't think he was going to be able to play that aggressively. I thought it was going to be like, he walks a little forward, gets a little bit of damage. He's like, no, rocket jump. Let's take him down to half.
I like it though, right? Like you're changing the tempo of the game. You're trying to be the aggressor here and make it your game instead of just passively farming away, where you can then all of a sudden get caught out by something like that Jalingo gank that should have been able to kind of spell doom into the lane for Earl King, who just now teleported in. And that's kind of the other problem, right? Is it's not an offensive summoner like we sometimes see from these mid lane Lucians. So, jumping at Earl King after he's used his piercing light, it's like, what's the concern, right? At best, he lands an EW, not Q. EW gets a couple half damage passive procs off and then trades, I guess? No, you landed an explosive charge on him. You blew him up.
And plus, now you've gotten yourself a TP advantage that will be very useful in the coming minutes because you are going to have your TP up well before Earl King does. He had to use that to be able to get back into lane to not fall too far behind this Tristana, which I'm expecting, once that TP is off cooldown for Random Capitals to be utilized. Now, 3 members are top lane. Unfortunately, Sheepman, you're not going to be able to survive that one. It's the nature of the beast.
Nope. If you play Ornn, you play weak side. It's just, it's the name of the game.
Yep. It is. It's pretty much what happens. The moment I saw them there, I'm like, yeah, you're just dead. It's going to happen. That's why I like this Bramble Vest pickup coming in from Sheepman as he gets back to the lane. Going to make it a little bit more difficult for Scouting Grounds to feel that confident going for those dives, but you are still Ornn. It's probably going to happen again soon.
Yeah, does teleport back into lane. Always a scary proposition after getting dived like that, because you never know if they're actually hanging around and they just do it to you again, or if they decided to go back to their own places. But Ornn doesn't really care. He's building up a bit of a lane advantage. You're going to shove that wave at a tower as best he can. Probably going to get evened up quite nicely. And Earl King not having fun.
No,
not at all.
It's as you said. Piercing light's gone. Hey, let's go for the engage. Let's have a level lead over this Lucian too. And why not just chunk him down really low, force out all those biscuits that he has to now use to try to be able to stay in this lane, because you can't TP back this time around. You're not going to be able to try to at least get some advantage over Random Capitals, who now has shoved in the wave and is looking to make plays elsewhere.
Pretty quick to move on the Tristana as well. With this bot lane doesn't really offer a whole lot in terms of damage from We Love Soulbert at the moment. It's more that sustain, heal, crowd control.
Oh no! Okay, it might still work out though. Look at the damage coming in on the Wheel of Soulbert. They even drag in Dracos, but they've got the lockdown with the TP in behind from Scouting Grounds. Buster shot it away. We flashed on top to try to get the stun, but he might die still. He's trying to get away from the fight. There's going to be a disengage from both teams. A lot has been used, but there's a TP expended by Scouting Grounds, giving Sheepman a lot of free time topside.
Yeah, going to be able to build up a bit of a CS advantage, get some tower plates, get some gold. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, same thing is happening with Earl King. They're getting tower plates, trying to even up this gold score once again. Not amazing so far. They're dead even, actually, on gold between the mid laners, so we'll see if that actually comes into play, as we will get a back soon from Earl King. 1,200, 1,300 money in the bank, potentially going for even more here as the dragon falls.
Now, actually, Earl King was able to get a little bit of an experience lead over Random Capitals from that play. And unfortunately for Random Capitals not being able to get the kill, sure, you get... Actually, did you even get a flash? There was no flashes besides Scouting Grounds that was used, and that was more to be able to stay on top of Random Capitals. So it's losing a lot of that lead that you were able to get beforehand.
Yeah, it's tough. Look, it does have the Iron Spike whip to try and be a little bit more proactive in that lane, but Bramble Vest exists, and it's pretty good at what it does, so going to be a great starting point here from Sheepman to be able to do what they want in this lane. Hopefully they can survive a bit harder, but Jalingo, I would like to see a little bit more action from Jalingo here on the Lilia. They've been farming quite heavily, and they are trying to stay on pace with the Rumble, who should in this matchup just be far outpacing the Lilia, but you're noticing that Derricos doesn't quite have the most practice on it. They're a little bit behind, both in terms of CS and in their actual attempts into the lane. You know, they came into that last skirmish a whole level behind Jalingo already, so that's a little concerning since they don't even have, or they're just ticking 6.
Sheepman flashed over the wall to get away, but it was a slice and dice. Nice dodge away, but having to use flash to be able to get away. We saw that coming in. Thought it was a little safer because you see how many players have now rotated up to the top side of the map to try to help out around this Rift Herald, but you still got to be careful there.
It's a concern. Man, they're really all upstairs.
Yeah, right?
The Rift Herald. Oh, wait. Oh, Derricos, don't you die.
No, he was waiting it out because they didn't want the passive to accidentally steal that. You know, the Dream Dust could have easily have gotten the steal onto Rift Herald, and then you go, oh, all this work for nothing.
My thought was you land the E, you pop the ultimate, you flash over, you get the kill, and then you steal it. But that's definitely a suicide mission there. So not going to risk it. But, I mean,
yeah,
it would have been nice to see.
It would have been fun, but I think it is a smart call from Jalingo. Being like, yeah, okay, look. I'm not going to be that aggressive. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Because that would have been a second time flashing for a kill that ended up going awry. Or the steal in this case that goes awry and gives more gold back over to the side of Orbital. So playing it more safe, waiting it out. Even if it's a Rift Herald, it's going to be a couple plates. Probably, I would imagine you're trying to get this into your carries. Maybe even pop that bot lane for the side of Orbital to really help out. But now Orange Meatball. Oh, this, you just got to sacrifice him. Sacrifice him, bail, bail, King Joe, bail.
Bit over-aggressive there for a Crab. Definitely pulling a Cloud9 there, as we do see farming in the top lane once again. And that's not a super impactful death there from Orange Meatball. It's unfortunate to say the least, but it's just a crab. It wasn't like they'd lose out on the dragon itself or even a tower potentially. So it's just an unfortunate overextension.
The big loss to me is that Random Capitals burned TP because they thought a play was going to happen. Without TP now, that advantage goes over to Earl King that I had talked about earlier. You always want to have the TP advantage to be all over the map to be able to help out. Now, G-Man, it looks like they might be setting up another dive, but they want to scare away Durakos first beforehand, before they want to then go and pile in on top lane. I don't think this is a fight, honestly. But
wait, well, there's 3 people here.
Oh, wait a minute! 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 Wait! You can't keep doing this! all right. No, Soulbert, we love Soulbert. I respect you trying that, but that's all. Like, no, you don't fight. No, okay, yeah, you don't fight that. You see that, and go, that's why I'm like, there's no fight, right? They back out of this one, right? They don't want to go for this. And now you've given so much over to Sheepman in this top lane that 2 kills is solo in a 1v3, and then you give a kill over to Durakos. This means bot lane, it's a lot easier for King Joe Orange Meatball to play this aggressively. They know nothing can be used by the side of We Love Soulbert to try to counter them.
And they're going to pop that Rift Herald mid. They claimed it before the 10-minute mark, so they're guaranteed plate money with it, and they're getting more and more done in the mid lane. It's still quite a healthy turret, though, because Earl King has been so active in being able to shove the wave out into Random Capitals and make sure that Tristana doesn't get too much free time there on the tower. But it's down to 1 plate, which is a scary thought. If they do decide to go for this dragon in 20 seconds, there is a world where Random Capitals just takes mid tower for free. Well, not for free because of the dragon, but, like, you know what I mean.
Well, now, look at this. Scouting Grounds can't really fight against Sheepman. Already having the completed Frostfire Gauntlet and then having that Bramble Vest still in the inventory for this Ornn. It's just going to be easy for Ornn to now push back in Renekton and make sure that nothing really happens in the top lane. Renekton's not going to be able to try to fight him anymore. They're not going to be able to utilize this Renekton CP that's about to come off cooldown as well, unless they can find the perfect flank angle, since it is going to be the dragon started and taken by the side. Ooh, nice flash coming in from Ishwan, but a flash away from the Encore with the Equalizer in the box too, to make sure they're completely split up. Ishwan giving up the life with the charge on top and blast a shot away. Trying to see if they can get a little bit more. It's going to be the reset coming in. Flash in, but the kill for Jalingo, taking him down, looking for Sheepman as well. They're going to be able to get a shutdown for Jalingo. King Joe trying to get away, but it's a double kill out of Scouting Grounds.
So much value out of Scouting Grounds Ultimate. They're constantly in the middle, dealing AoE damage, and the squishiness of Orbital right now is a bit of a problem. The carries are all incredibly squishy without having the big damage to, make up for it. And it was a great dragon take from Orbital. They just then went for the fight afterwards, and Ishwan had that explosive charge on them, but survived forever. There wasn't Random Capitals being able to close out that explosive charge to deal all that big massive damage that you hope to see, because they never landed the final auto attack. So it was just sitting there ticking. Meanwhile, they're throwing out heals and shields and trying to get another dazzle off, and then just surviving and thriving while the rest of the team fight collapses around Orbital.
That's the big thing, right? How much was used to try to kill each one? Without Cosmic Radiance, by the way. That was no ult from Taric during that fight. That just was Taric surviving from the shields and heals out of both Ishwan and Soulbert to make sure this Taric stayed alive well longer than it rightfully deserved.
Yeah, I mean, people kind of sometimes forget how tanky Taric is just because he's not super played, in the meta, at least since, the scary old Taric E days, which may or may not still exist depending on what elo you're in. But he's pretty beefy for, not having that much armor on him.
Right, and the thing is, for me, in that fight, it looked great from Orbital at the beginning. It was a nice box by Orange Meatball with the Equalizer on top, so they split up the fight, completely getting rid of the Seraphine. But even still, they just don't have the ability to survive the damage coming in from Jalingo, from Earl King, even from the side of Scouting Grounds, but then not having the damage to deal back themselves. You can see that they've gotten 2 mythics completed, Sheepman and Durakos, but they're still working on Random Capitals. They're still working on King Joe to be able to get that. And until that happens, what's that Equalizer?
Again, once it's showing inexperience here on that champion, the Rumble Ultimate is historically pretty poor at its targeting symbol. I remember that.
Well, that's why I don't have like the smart cast on for that ability alone. It's like one of the few abilities I'll take it off because, like I said, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I know. I personally have it on release, so I hold the button and aim it. It's just, it's a tough ability if you don't practice it. So, you know, coming out of the jungle, not often are you playing Rumble jungle in a serious manner. So, you know, Derico's trying to make do. The dazzle there would have had them safe, I think, anyway, with some flashes available had they had them. But Derico's going
flash from Orange Maple. Nice dodge away, but they're going to be able to get the knock. Here comes the call of the Forge God to be able to get the kill they needed to. But bot lane, they're trying to get King Joe. They won't be able to tag it. Ooh, wait, maybe they will. They have that ult. No, it's off cooldown. Even with the sleep, the flash away coming in from the Encore. As Random Capitals on the other side wants to be able to get the charge, but they're going to get the killing spree that they need to on King Joe. Random Capitals was exhausted the entire time. Will be able to get away, but going back into the top lane. It's Scouting Grounds, going into Dominus, trying to fight back, but still dying at the end of the day. Shut down for Sheepman.
Going to give over another Rift Herald as well, but this will be the second turret of the game going on over to We Love Soulbert after a bit of aggression in the bottom lane. They really hammered home onto King Joe, the carry, you know, extraordinaire from last game on that vein. Now on the Kaisa, which does still have that same tank shredding power, but she's actually harder to kill, believe it or not, and yet it didn't look like it there.
Yeah, it looked a bit easier. I mean, they got what they needed to in the bot lane for the side of We Love Soulbert, get the turret, get a lot for themselves. But the big thing for me is that you look over to Random Capitals, now it's gotten that Kraken Slayer completed. This is what I was saying before. They were lacking damage coming in from their proper sources. They already had the Night Harvester out of Dracos, and that's not really the important thing here. You need to have this Tristana, this Kaisa, be the ones that have these mythics so that when you have these full-on front-to-back team fights, they're able to completely burst through the shields and the heals coming in on the side of We Love Soulbert.
Yeah, it's a big factor in these next coming team fights. Dragon in 10 seconds roughly, and still no mythic onto King Joe, which is kind of a concerning factor. You know, is going potentially into that Q rush build where you don't quite grab the mythic, you just grab as much AD as possible. But it still is a bad fight here if they choose to take it. I think if I'm Orbital right now, I just don't force the dragon. I don't want to give it up because it's Earth, but like...
Yeah, but look at Meatball, gonna be able to at least get the pull back in. Cosmic Radiance gonna be on to 2 members. They've got the kill on to 1. Trying to get Dracos 2. He's barely alive, finally dies. The Equalizer does nothing in the fight. Sheepman completely split off from the team. Cannot get back into the fight. Random Capital's the only one on the side alive and way far away from the base. Has to completely go the opposite way, forfeiting this dragon, forfeiting the fight.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a dragon to give up. The power between the Cosmic Radiance and Scouting Ground, I think, is too much to deal with. You saw them give over the W there from Earl. Yeah, Eshwan over to Scouting Grounds to make sure they got that bonus armor in there as well. Pop that ultimate, just dive into the backline as this Renekton, who has this, you know, Gorge Drinker. You're insanely damaging. You're quite tanky as the Cosmic Radiance makes you invincible, and the squishiness of this Orbital backline just can't really contend with it. It's Derico's and King Joe who aren't super mobile. They can't really get away from a Renekton that easily, and he's just able to sit on them, deal a bunch of damage, be a distraction. He's invincible, so it's not like they can do anything to him back either. So Random Capitals forced off to the side of the team fight. Even with that Kraken Slayer, just can't get much done. Can't even kill Eshwan realistically with just this one item, so has to, you know, run away.
Well, it's the healing too. I mean, how many times did they heal? Soulbert has 18 stacks on Magi's. By the way, this is so much healing, so many shields that are going to be coming through in these fights for We Love Soulbert. And this is kind of what we had said. It's going to be difficult to burst Soulbert's team with how much they have to be able to support themselves. And there isn't that burst potential on the opposite side for Orbital Academy. These are longer, drawn-out fights, which it will always favor the ones with Seraphine Tarek unless you get the Grievous Wounds as they're finally getting into their inventories.
Yeah, it's taken a minute. We did see the Executioners calling for Random Capitals before that fight, but it's one single Executioners item on one single target champion, so it's not easy to spread out, and you really need to focus fire the champions you're looking at for that time. Obviously, the Bramblevest Thornmail has been on Sheepman forever because we kept bringing it up, but unless you're auto-attacking him, it doesn't actually do anything. Exactly. So if you just ignore him, you can keep your healing up. And I believe it's only auto attacks, right? So if you hit him with, an ability, when struck by an attack, that's not really clear, but
I do believe that some abilities can't, but I think it's mostly autos. I think it's mostly autos on there. But either way, it doesn't really matter because, like you said, who's going to be focusing Sheepman in these fights? Who's going to be putting any attention onto the Soren? You even saw it last fight. That Sheepman was pretty much they waited until the very end to finally go, oh, hey, let's kill Orn, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he's the last one alive, so there's nobody left to target. And, we're looking again at the carries of Orbital, which are Derricos, Random Capitals, and King Joe. And that last fight, Random Capitals is the only one to survive any significant amount of time. Derricos and King Joe are hyper-focused and easily gained access to by Scouting Ground, who can just slice and dice their way into the backline. And Derricos has zero chance at escape. It's a rumble. There's no movement whatsoever in this champion. King Joe does have the option to ult out and eventually will gain the invisibility.
They're trying to force a fight. Look at this. King Joe's all the way bot side. This is a 4v5. They are starting up the Baron because they know that this is going to be no way that they can actually fight back on the side of Orbital Academy.
This is kind of scary. It's very slow though. So I mean, King Joe should have time to get up here and become a part of it.
But
slow
Baron, Jesus. I thought they'd have a little bit more. Yeah, they are. But nice pull onto Jalingo. Anker going to come in, but here's the ultimate Hall of the Forge God with the Cosmic Radiance. Not in time. 4 members now invincible. They've got the kill on Dracos, and they're continuing to pile into the pack line, trying to see if they can get onto Random Capital to King Joe, but they're going to be able to focus on the Sheepman instead. They're going to be able to. Wait, it's a double kill turnaround. Finally, a double kill comes in from the side of Earl King, jumping on top of King Joe, flashing for triple kill in for We Love Soulbert. Earl King, the one to get all the gold.
Triple kill for the Lucian once again. Had a bit of a rough laning phase, but is able to bring it back quite nicely. I don't think this is the play, folks. It is a teleport for the Seraphine, but
I mean, they got the heals, they got the shields. Okay, it's gonna take them a while, but by the time the members come up and respawn on the side of Orbital Academy, I don't think they're going to be able to actually get towards the Baron in time.
Man, Baron, you've lost your edge, man. You used to do more damage.
I know. God, I remember way back in the days where it's like, you had to be like 30 minutes into the game. Everyone had to be level 16 if they wanted to be able to get it. Oh, no. Nice equalizer. They might be able to at least get 3 kills. They got the shutdown onto 1. Rocket jump forward. The flash over with the lantern pull. Not going to be able to get the death sentence to connect. Instead, it's going to be 4 members retaining the buff.
I'd still say worth it. You won the fight pretty handily before that, so losing just the 1 member, not that big a deal. It is your top laner who potentially could be split pushing, so that's a sad point, but you don't care. You're winning team fights anyway. Just group 5, death ball down the middle of the map, and take every single tower in your way. Dragon spawn, so I don't think we're gonna get a Dragon Soul this time. I just don't think it's gonna happen.
We'll see. Calling comes in from Earl King. They have TP. When Scouting Grounds does spawn, they could have looked for the fight, but they peel off beforehand, forfeiting that, saying there's no reason to try to force the fight just yet.
I mean, that's the difference between these two compositions. If Orbital are ever given the chance to take one of these epic monster objectives, they are going to melt it like no tomorrow. They have Rumble, Kraken Slayer Tristana, and Kraken Slayer Kaisa. It's just a paper mache dragon, really, to them. So they take it lightning quick. They'll do it again if given the chance. And so, I mean, right now they just need to hold out, survive the Baron power play that's going to be coming down their way. Give up the tower. It's tier 1. You don't need it.
Yeah, this is not your turn to take, or to even hold on to. You give it up, say whatever, you have this. They're even using the equalizer just to try to see if they can delay the Baron getting as much as possible. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad... Yeah, exactly. I was like, I don't know if that's a bad call. I think that's a proper one. Just you're trying to wait out Baron. You're waiting as you continue to scale up into this game. You can see that members are starting to get a couple more items. They've got the Serpent's Fang completed by King Joe to be able to get through these shields even easier. Phantom Dancer in from Random Capitals. They're now going to be a little bit more capable of taking down a lot of these healthy targets on the side of We Love Soulbert. Of course, though, if they get caught out like that, that could be a bit rough.
Yeah, they dodge out on the Encore, though, so still able to survive. Sheepman tanking up that Tumbleweed as well, so not going to share the love of that one. But I mean, yeah, the Rumble Ultimate, the equalizer, is only a 40.
Oh no!
Oh,
Jalingo going golden to be able to survive, and it's a split up fight. Cosmic Radiance only going to be able to help the back line. Jalingo is barely able to survive with the help of Soulbert coming in, but they've lost the Cosmic Radiance. This could be the time for the fight coming in from the side of Orbital, but Scouting Ground's going to go in with the Gourd Ring, going to get a lot of health back and a lot of damage on Earl King with the Drowsy. They've picked off the support. They have a little bit of pressure still underneath the turrets. Drakos are still asleep, dodging away. They had to completely bail out of the fight. We love Soulbert, despite being split up, still win.
yeah, that Cosmic Radiance did so much, even though it was just for the backline. Scouting Ground is relatively tanky. He can go in, build up a ton of HP, combo that with the healing between Echelon and Soulbert, and he seems nigh unkillable for having just a Gourd Drinker Spirit Visage. So it's really difficult right now for Orbital to really take down the Giant Crocodile. He's just standing in their face. That time he got, he was on the equalizer for a little bit. He got Buster Shot away. He got knocked up by the Oran Horn. And then after all of that goes down, he gets hit by the Cosmic Radiance and can heal back up. So again, I don't know what at the moment Orbital can do to survive Scouting Ground outside of just farm up and honestly try and avoid getting him that Cosmic Radiance, because that's the problem, where he could just sit in the backline with impunity and soak up with this ultimate, the Dominus, and just continue dealing a ton of damage.
It's also one of those hard things. It's like when you see a Soraka on the other team, you always want to focus onto the Soraka because all the healing that comes in. Same here with Soulbert on the Seraphine. You want to be able to kill the Seraphine, get rid of the 25 stacks on the Magi's. But if you do so, Scouting Ground's going to have a field day, diving into the backline, being able to get so much damage, even from Renekton going into a slightly, that bruiser build that we see coming in. He's still going to burst you.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of game one where we had that very squishy Volibear, it was because he had no backup. He had no sustain, nothing to keep him alive in these team fights. And they've come in with a similar game plan on the Bruiser Renekton. It's just this time they have the Cosmic Radiance to defend their top laners. So Scouting Ground can just be, a full-on monkey in these team fights and not have to worry about just giving up free kills.
No, he's playing a Crocodile.
Crocodile monkey?
No. That is a weird hybrid. I don't want to see one of those. That sounds like it'd be scary.
That sounds like something in the Atla universe.
Yeah, it kind of does. Because the crocodiles are already scary enough. They're not smart, though. Thankfully, they're pretty dumb. But if you gave it, like, a monkey's intelligence, God, that crocodile would be really scary, wouldn't it?
You'd probably have Renekton.
You're not wrong. I can't argue with you on that one.
He's got arms, he's got legs.
But they're tiny little arms and legs, I don't think he can do much. It's the Meet the Robinson thing. I got these tiny little arms, and I don't think this plan was well thought out.
Speaking of plans, we're gonna have to see what the game plan for these two teams.
That's flash away with the lantern. They're trying to see if they can get on top with the Cosmic Rage. They've gotten random capitals with the encore on Orange Meatball Flash to try to survive, but even with that, cannot get away. They've routed them completely, overextended. We Love Soulbert can now march it down mid.
Man, they might just win off of that. 30 seconds.
I don't know if they can win. There's still equalizer up for Drakos, and I think he does the same that he did before. You just pop that mid lane, make it so it's going to be an easy take, but they are going to lose out on the dragon. See, there it is. It's going to be immediately using that just to make sure the game stalls out a bit more, but they've lost that potential to get themselves within the soul point and deny that from We Love Soulbert right as the Baron spawns too.
Yeah, they get the dragon, which is their third, putting them on soul points. It's taking a little bit while for Jalingo to do this, since it is.
They just don't have that damage for objectives, man. We already said this before. Their Baron take is very slow. It's not really that greatest, as right now Sheepman looks like he's caught out a bit. He's pretty tanky, taking a lot to be able to kill him. He can't auto. He's trying to auto the blast code so much, and now Earl King over the wall with the press of the attack wants to be able to get the kill on Ord, and they've got it with the piercing light.
But look at where everybody else is on the map. They're on the Baron. Capital will be able to take this. They're going to lose base points, but...
No, the thing is, Doc, they need this Baron. They can't crack the turrets without Baron. They're going to be able to get this one just because nobody's there to defend, but Equalizer's back up for Dracos, and you better bet he's just going to ult the wave again.
It's a 40-second cooldown. You can use it whenever you want. There's no repercussions. They're going to lose the tower to the Dominus, but wait, they might lose the game.
King Joe gets a little too cocky. The Encore 2 extends onto Random Capitals with him gone. Nothing is left, only Orange Meatball, and he's taken down for the double kill. Like you said, it seems like maybe they just got a little bit too greedy with that Baron play. They thought they could fight back. They got themselves got out, and Dracos here waiting on the Equalizer cooldown. They at least got Sheepman back up, but they've lost one Nexus turret. They got the knockup. They might be able to get the kill onto one, but still, it's only one member with Drowsy onto Sheepman and Jalingo underneath the turret trying to be able to get the Prance stack to be able to get damage back onto Sheepman as he dodges back onto the turret, but somehow Soulbert dies on the other side.
Soulbert not respecting towers, send that man back to training mode, give him the range buff there. But I mean, still, this is a bit of a surviving moment for Orbital. They have 0 Barons, so all they get from it is the gold that is easily negated out by what just happened in terms of We Love Soulbert. So many kills, so many objectives. They break the base open, take the bottom inhibitor, almost unlock the Nexus. There is not that much standing in their way, and man, Dragon in 3 minutes, that's another team fight, and I don't think Orbital are going to be farmed up enough in 3 minutes.
And the thing is, too, I'm looking at these inventories. They're trying to scale up. They're trying to make sure they got Cosmic Radiance. They're looking to see if they can get that Infinity Edge for Random Capitals, but they're hanging on to Oblivion Orb, hanging on to the Executioner's Culling. And sadly, they're not like they used to be, where they were like the de facto must-have in order to be able to stop a lot of this healing coming in from the side of We Love Soulbert. You kind of need to upgrade them now. They're far better once you upgrade them.
Yeah, even though it's upgraded, I think they're a bit lacking personally.
Still, oh yeah, because healing and shielding right now is absolutely absurd. Let's be real there. It's like you need to upgrade them just because how insane healing and shielding is, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, I mean, look at what We Love Soulbert have. They have Seraphine, who's kind of absurd healing-wise, Eshwan on the Taric, who's okay at healing, but then the more important part there, I think, in terms of what Taric brings there is that specifically for Scouting Ground, who's been such a thorn in the side of Orbital, is that Cosmic Radiance makes them invulnerable long enough to get that Conqueror procced. And Conqueror, again, has just always been insane. The items just, not item, but the Keystone is just nuts. And now he's got the Ravenous Hydra on top of everything else, the Gore Drinker, Spirit Visage. Like, it's insane. Just so much HP.
Orbital, you don't defend this one that hard. This turret is not that important. Now, you got the tag with Drowsy. What was I just saying? I was saying don't defend this one. And now, even with the double knockup that came in for the call of the Forge God, the Cosmic Radiance was enough to keep the fight going way too long, with Scouting Grounds taking so much damage, getting the kill for Jalingo. Flash in onto Random Capitals. He's gone as well. Everyone but the support are dead on Orbital Academy. And with an open inhibitor bot lane, you better bet We Love Soulbert want to be able to get this game.
And they're going to wait a couple seconds for those minions to come in, but I think they're fine. I think they're going to be able to close this out here. There's still 30 seconds left alive for everybody on the side of Orbital that's in the grave, so that's done. That's dusted. Game number 2 is in the books, and we might be in for a series.
Yeah, that we will be, as 33 minutes into the game, We Love Soulbert strike back, and they get game 2, even up 1 apiece.
That was very dominant too from the side of We Love Soulbert. You know, after game 1, I was a little concerned because of how well Orbital team fought for We Love Soulbert, but they picked a team fight composition, and We Love Soulbert just laughed in their face, picked up a bunch of healing, and said, "We'll meet you halfway." And their halfway was taking Orbital's Nexus away from them. And I don't know what to expect for game 3. These teams could do anything they want.
The thing is, it's like, kind of as we were saying, even though we liked the composition coming in from Orbital Academy, they needed to scale up. They needed to be able to get further into the game. They had great front to back. And then the other side also has really good scaling because of Seraphine and Taric. They make it so that Scouting Grounds on a Renekton who wants to play for the early game can do well in the late game too, because he dives into the backline, has Gore Drinker to heal up with the Spirit Visage as well, plus dealing out all this damage and unkillable with the Cosmic Radiance.
Yeah, and I don't want to harp too much on Derrico specifically, but we said it a couple times now that this composition here from Orbital was pretty determinant on that jungle position, on that Rumble jungle, because, you know, that equalizer's literally equalizing factor here, and it just never was quite where it needed to. It was mostly used as that anti-wave pushing tool, which is a great usage. Again, it's only a 40-second cooldown, but it's not the main usage. You needed to use it early and often into these lanes, into these early objectives to try and swing the fight your way. And Derikos showed some infamiliarity with that champion. And I think that if you run this composition back, maybe with a different AP jungle, it can work and it can be a little bit more successful. But the Rumble just wasn't working this time.
I have to agree with you on that one, Doc, but we're going to toss it to a break so that way the teams can kind of look back at this game, figure out what they want to change going into game 3, so stick around.
You're good.
Right, perfect. I got to go to the bathroom.
All right.
Hello, welcome back. We're getting ready for Game 3 of our Grand Finals here at Risen Esports. We're jumping right in to Champions Select. We already get the Kha'Zix and Graves, the two bands that we've been seeing pretty much staples as the starter. Same with that Nautilus from the side of We Love Soulbert.
Yeah, and the Kindred. It seems like we're just gonna keep the trend going. I'm curious if Orbital ban away the Morgana again, since they actually beat that pick and now they're back on red side, which they did win on. We Love Soulbert, though, I love the adjustment, banning away the Thresh.
Yeah, banning away the Thresh and then answered by the Seraphine ban. Pretty much say that they didn't like all that healing that was coming in from the side of We Love Soulbert last time around, but it does leave that Jinx pick wide open for Soulbert, and that has been something that has been banned previously, so now that they get their hands on it, they're more than happy.
Yeah, Soulbert, even with the nerfs, has been an absolute animal on this pick in the past. Really kind of excels on these longer range carries. I know that we've seen them on not that tonight between the Varus and the Seraphine, but in the past they've used the Jinx to great effect. The Caitlyn is also in the back pocket as well. So I'm curious what the play situation kind of falls out, because they still obviously need to pick everything around the Jinx, and Jinx can be a little self-sufficient once she gets a couple items, so there is just going to be a need for a little bit of babying in the early game, and then they can explode later on. The Ashe set, though, is an interesting series of events.
Also, just so people know, the Ornn is apparently Gnar for Scouting Grounds, not Ornn.
Those aren't even close to each other on the
I don't know
list.
either. When we're this is where I will always flame teams. We're using it pro draft. You better lock in the proper one, and if you don't, I personally am in the opinion that there should be a competitive role and you have to play that champion. But that's just me. It's like, we're playing pro draft. It's easy. Come on, people. As we get Rek'Sai actually get locked in for Jalingo. That's a bit of a different flair than we've been seeing for quite some time, because Rek'Sai, she hasn't really been making her way back onto the Rift for a while now.
No, Rek'Sai is not particularly in a great spot. I'm curious what mythic they even go, because the last time I saw Rek'Sai in any fashion, I think it was honestly before preseason patch, and it was a lethality Rek'Sai. So
I think that is the build path. I think you go Prowler's Claw too to be able to get like a guaranteed knockup.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because you get the slash through, guaranteed knockup, plus it gives you that damage bonus, and Rek'Sai can really pump out the damage with her kit. Probably back it up with like Hail of Blades too, maybe. That's what I would assume. That's what the traditional Rek'Sai build has gone. So I'm excited, because we also get Rengar again from Orbital on this red side, and very similar draft to game 1 from Orbital. Obviously the AD carry is different, but they could still get some fancy stuff here.
Well, I kind of like that they have this Ashe and they are going back onto the Rengar. It's that utility kind of ADC as opposed to being the more traditional damage dealer, even though Ashe can do a lot of damage with the Kraken Slayer and all that. But being able to utilize that Enchanted Crystal Arrow to help out Rengar as he dives into the backlines and tries to annihilate this Jinx, similar to how they did last time when it was Varus on the other side.
Yep, just as easy. Claptraps don't bring that much to the table in terms of safety, so I could potentially expect a little bit more, but I think now that they've kind of played against the Rengar once, they might have a bit of a read on it, and so they'll be able to adapt their play nicely to what they're bringing to the table and try and keep Jinx a little bit safer, whether it's through buddy system, whether it's through deeper wards on their own side. I think they'll adjust appropriately from what we've seen from Soulbert, because game 2 was such a smashing from them that I think they're in good shape. The Leona backed up from, once again, Orbital Academy. I think they're just changing the AD carry and running their game 1 draft again. Obviously Silas banned away, but whatever, just pick a different mid laner.
And honestly, even with this, it's like that set can go mid lane too, so they can still flex things around and make it a little bit more difficult for We Love Soulbert, since they got to lock in the mid lane right now. Tom Kench is going to be your bot lane answer to the Leona, which is great, but what do you want to put mid lane for Earl King? You need some AP, and Alessandra is actually going to be their option.
Not the most high damage or the most damaging champion you can pick up in the mid lane, but the crowd control is just off the charts. So much to be done there, and you can use it both offensively and defensively once you hit level 6. So It's an interesting pick. I haven't seen it for a long time, but it's solid. It does stuff that not a lot of other mid laners can do. It can cause a lot of chaos into the backline, which I think Soulbert kind of thrives upon, especially when you have that Jinx in the backline, shooting out rockets, getting excited, roaming around everywhere at light speed. It's kind of it's a mentality that Soulbert brings to the game of we're going to create chaos and we're going to thrive.
And the thing is, like, with the passive that Lissandra now has, it works really well, actually, with what they want to be able to do. Like you said, Jinx wants to get excited. So as long as she's able to get excited, then you have this passive coming in from Lissandra too, going pop and getting extra bursts of damage so they can keep having this random chaotic style in these team fights that if Orbital aren't careful on, they can easily get punished for it.
Yeah, and so as we head into the game, can they get that practice button off? Can they get that punish button off? I don't know. It's going to be an interesting draft to be sure, and I don't want to put out a prediction, Magical, because I've been wrong twice now, and I can only take being wrong so much.
Coward! I'll go. I kind of like that. Yeah, let's see. I'm actually going to go with. You know, I want to root for the Rengar, to be honest. I just want to root for Rengar. I also like that they have this good pick potential, that if members of Soulbert are trying to see if they can venture out alone, and since a lot of them are going to be fairly squishy outside of Tahm Kench, there's a lot of ways that Orbital can get on top of this Jinx. Since it is not Ornn, it is Gnar that they have into the top lane. He's really reliant on that window when he can engage Mega Gnar to be able to get that huge knock up into the wall. Otherwise, it's a lot easier for Orbital to constantly dive into the backline and punish Soulbert.
Honestly, I got trolled so hard because you said nobody was tanky except Tahm Kench, and I'd already forgotten about the Gnar pick. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, did you just forget that what Ornn does? And then that's Mega Gnar, and I was like, no.
That's right. That's why I needed to mention that to make sure everyone knew that out there. But right now, we are going to toss it to a break. We'll find out how this game is going to go underway in just a bit, so stick around. We'll be right back. We're back here at Risen for Game 3 of the Grand Finals for Premade Dominant. And look at this. We got a Lissandra, we got a Rek'Sai, we got a Rengar. Man, I couldn't ask for more awesome picks here going into this third game where we're tied up 1 apiece.
You didn't even mention the Corgi, so...
Corky's Corky.
Yeah,
He's gone Cole, man. Come on, it's not that exciting.
Yeah, Cole's gonna farm up, but I mean, it's a pick that isn't super represented in the meta. He comes and goes when he pleases. Basically, just Dr. Mundo with a dog on his.
Yeah, the only important thing is he's using the doggo skin. That's the only important thing. Otherwise, it is going to be a farming lane. It is going to be boring. There's not going to be much happening. I'm more focused on the fun things like the Rek'Sai and the Rengar.
I mean, I think mid lane from Earl King might be a little less than farming. The reason I think that is they've gone for the Comet Keystone, whereas the last time we saw a lot of Syndra in the meta, it was the Aftershock meta, and it was just because, I mean, granted, Aftershock was broken then. It was just, there was no other word for it, but they are, swapping over to a more damaging Keystone here. They're going to be a little bit more active in trying to proc that, I have to imagine, and it's just, you want to get ahead on the Lissandra because otherwise you literally turn into an ult bot. Sometimes even when you are ahead, you just turn into an ultimate bot and a CC chain bot, but you do get some decent damage out of her for a little while. And Corky in the super duper early game doesn't really have a whole lot going for him.
Nope, as you can see, already pretty much shoved off. He's trying to see if he can get some of those Phosphorus bombs to clear out the ranged minions back there, but Lissandra should constantly be able to bully him, at least for the meantime. Like I said, it's a cold start. What are you going to really provide to be able to deny that Earl King gets this advantage? Nothing. You got nothing here.
Yeah, Cole's one of my favorite items into the game, and even I will say it's not the best starting item.
By the way, look at Scouting Grounds items.
It's the big brain strat.
Big brain. I noticed that a while ago, and I'm like, I was waiting to see if you would notice it, and I'm like, I'm just going to mention it now.
Yeah, no, he's winning in CS, too.
I mean, it's Gnar into set, let's be honest.
Our supremacy.
Mm-hmm. That's
LF,
the one thing
about
That's the one thing about blind set, is you're susceptible to the Gnar supremacy. You're going to see him be able to show up top lane. He doesn't have to have items. He can easily do this, where he shoves you in, and you're kind of just like, well, What do I do? How can I do this? He's got no items. Why do I have to burn flash?
That's egregious. I don't have words for that, Magical. That's not supposed to happen. Like, there's nothing I can say to that. He's up 10 CS. He's forcing flashes. He's shoved him under his tower. There is zero jungler help from anywhere from Derrickos because he started topside. He roamed bottom. He full cleared his jungle. Sheeman has to hold this L and is going to be very susceptible for the next couple minutes because he doesn't have flash because he burned it to an itemless Gnar.
See, this is where I'd even be okay if Scouting Grounds had gone Cole, because even in this matchup, you can play aggressively, right? It's not like the Corky matchup mid lane where he's just trying to survive. He's just trying to live and be able to farm up a bit. Top lane, he can farm up, he can fight you. He's got good damage that's going to keep you pinned under this turret. And even without having anything, poor Sheepman's realizing that you don't want to blind pick set anymore.
Yeah, I mean, even look at their items. Or gold, excuse me, in pocket. So, I mean, obviously Scouting Ground hasn't spent any money, so he just has all of his gold sitting there. Currently at 1,300, he's going to be able to go back and pick up pretty much whatever he wants, whereas Sheepman, conversely, is quite delayed considering they're only at 700 gold, but like, that's where they're supposed to be as a top laner. And, Jesus, first back, you get a refillable potion and plated steel caps.
Yeah, all right. Well, Sheepman's not doing any damage in the top lane.
Sheepman's done. Toast.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, not even Derrickos can really show up into this top lane to help out too much either with the caps picked up. They're not going to be able to burst them down for some time. I do want to see where this Rengar or where this Rek'Sai are going to try to make their first play. There was the attempt by Jalingo mid lane, but Random Capitals, it's Corky. He just Valkyries away. He had Flash. He has Cleanse too. You're not really going to be able to have too much sticking power to him at all.
Yeah. Not the most successful thing, but if they keep doing it, he'll eventually get caught without Valkyrie or Flash potentially, and they might be able to make something happen. Speaking of happening, somehow Sheepman's been able to tie up that CS difference.
Well, it's because Scouting Grounds walked back to lane. He got a cheater recall off in every sense of the name of it. He walked all the way back with the plate steel caps, and now it's a frozen wave. Sheepman has such a long lane now that he has to deal with that he's forced so far away.
I feel pretty bad. I wonder what the comms are like. It's hey, Derikos, you around? You up?
No,
man?
you don't even send Rengar top. You go, look, top's doom. Ignore it. We're not doing anything here. I'm going straight tank.
He builds a longsword.
I know, but that's my comms. If I'm Sheepman here, I go, I'm going straight tank. No, I'm just gonna be a beefy front line. I can't do anything here. Sorry, guys.
And that may be viable depending on... Nope, never mind. I was like, if they get the Earth Soul, it's potential. But no, it is either going to be the Infernal Soul or the Cloud Soul, which, since you're here magical and you do have a little bit of that LPL history in you, it's going to be a Cloud Soul. I can feel it.
Oh, yeah. It's so many Cloud Souls. So many Cloud Souls. Even if teams and players want to fight, just Cloud Soul every time. Right now, all right, this is where it's going to be the first play coming in from Jalingo. Flashed in with the knock-up, going to be able to get the face breaker, but there's so much damage. Even with the Haymaker shield, you're not going to be able to stop. Scouting Grunts, he's about to go Mega, and they get first blood for Jalingo.
And I think that's actually better for them than giving the kill over to Scouting Grounds, because Jalingo has to go this... lethality build, so it's going to fall off a lot quicker, which means you need to get those items a lot quicker. And so giving first blood over, it's 400 gold bonus, a lot easier. That's a long jump.
Broken does have the ult. Not going to use it, though, and Durako is going to be able to even up one apiece.
Rhythm Capital's flashing just in solidarity there, but they get the kill, even up the scoreboard a little bit more, and it's another opening kill into Derikos for Orbital, which is huge. This was such a carry in game number one, really harassing Soulbert into a tough position. They wanted to have that same style of game plan. They don't want to let Soulbert carry, but this time it's a Tahm Kench instead of their number one support, which looking back on it was the Leona, which is a bit different in terms of safetiness because the Leona was looking to roam, help out the other lanes, and make use of that Zenith Blade Solar Flare combo, whereas Tahm Kench has no other goal in life other than to stand next to Soulbert at all times.
Ooh. Yeah, do that right there. Just be like, all right, come with me. Doesn't matter if Zenith Blade. Nope. I will say, it's always a bummer seeing Ishwan not play on Pyke, as even though a Leona player, Pyke too, gotta be able to at least get the cleanse, but again, it's Ishwan being able to protect Soulbert. What are you gonna be able to do to stop Ishwan from protecting Soulbert? Even if you think the Devour is off of cooldown, they're gonna be able to just gobble him right back up in a few seconds.
Yeah, and even using the flash to get to that scenario, it's a very heavy expense. Trade for trade, cleanse will be up sooner than the flash will. Even if you hex flash, it's so telegraphed a lot of the time that it doesn't necessarily get the same usage that you want it to. But I mean, S1 doesn't have any job this game other than stand next to Soulbert. I don't know how hard we can hammer that point home, but like, they might as well just be literally tied at the hip for this game because Soulbert on this Jinx is going to have so much carry potential in these late game team fights, even mid game team fights. Once that level 6 comes online and you can start getting those passive procs off between Scouting Grounds, just chunking the heck out of Sheepman every time he gets even within range of him, and just the standalone CC pressure that Earl King is going to bring to the fights.
And this is what we wanted to see change from how they played in game one, where they had a mobile 80 carry for Soulbert played, and they had the Volibear that went for that straight carry build. Here, they don't need to, because they can have something to peel for them, and now top lane, they've even got Scouting Ground trying to play aggressively into 3 members. Great rotation coming in, but the Meganar ult will not stop Durakos from being able to get a second stack on the Bone Tooth necklace.
Yeah, just pop Herald here. Oh, wait. Yeah, he is Herald. It's a big ask, but you have 3 AD champions here with probably a half dozen swords between you.
Oh.
They're actually scared off.
Oh, Rocket going wide. Had the Rocket connected, I think they actually want to go for this a bit more, but you've got a little too aggressive there. You got to forget about those shields on the side of Sheepman. It's a rough time to try to go for that kind of dive, Jalingo.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, gets the showstopper off as well, just to drag him even further out of position. And that's a big pickup there. Multiple kills going over to the side of Orbital. One being picked up there by Random Capitals, another by Derricos. Now already completing the Mythic. It is the first Mythic item already this game, and it's onto an Assassin Rengar.
With 3 stacks of the Bone Tooth Necklace, by the way.
Jesus, that's 9% bonus damage. That's a lot of damage.
At 10 minutes into this game, we're only 10 minutes in. Mythic completed, 3 stacks already there. He's looking to try to get that early completed Bone Tooth Necklace to be able to annihilate anybody on the side of We Love Soulbert, since a lot of them are fairly squishy. The only one who's not going to be super squishy is going to be Ishwan on this Tom Kench, who's trying to keep Soulbert alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Derricos has to make his next trip if he wants to start completing these necklaces, these necklace stacks. And he is down here. You know, we've seen the Hex Flash come in, but this is a big wave.
We're going to have a party bot lane. Look at this. Look at this movement.
They've sniffed him out. That's a lot of people. Dragon's up, sure.
Everyone.
But
that's what, like, everyone's here. That's my thing. It's like, you already see the movements coming in from Scatter Grants, from Earl King. Then I see Sheepman and Random Capitals on the other side with the package in the inventory. We might have a full-on fight. Oh, no. Scatter Grants bailed off of that, so we're not going to have that fight.
Which I think is the right call from We Love Soulbert. I mean, how do you contest with a package Corki, a fully kitted up Derricos who already has a Mythic, you know, your bottom lane who's pretty on par, but like not exactly the best situation?
They're on to Ishwan, looking for the Solar Flare to be able to get the flash away and get the gobble up. TP expended, trying to see if they can keep the fight going. Earl King wants to be able to dive in, but it's going to be the dive back in and away by Dracos. And here's the package in behind by Random Capitals, getting the kill on Ishwan. Looking for Earl King, no way to be able to escape even with the rocket helping out. They've got so much damn damage. It's 2 kills for the side of Orbital Academy.
And they're going to be able to pop the Herald here as well. It's just about going to tie him out. Derricos, pop it. Pop the Herald. There we go.
There you go. All right. And then top lane, we do see. Yeah, we were all like, oh, come on, come on. But top lane, unfortunately, Jalingo tried to answer the play bot lane by getting a kill on Sheepman. Unfortunately, could not do so. Sheepman's played very safe now ever since that early kill happened, and making sure not to really overextend. All the while, all this gold picked up bot side by Orbital Academy and put in Dracos. I think he's got the full. Does he have the full completed necklace?
No,
he doesn't.
Missing a kill on Jinx.
That's what it was. That's right. He needed to get that on the Soulbert. Had that happened, that would have been a full completed Bone Tooth Necklace at 12.5 minutes.
Which is pretty good. If we're talking about stacks,
it's just a little good.
If we're talking about stacks in quick amount of time, that's pretty up there with one of the most impactful ones you can get. It is a percentage damage, so it will continue scaling the more damage you get. But I mean, you're already sitting at with 4 stacks. If Spectator would help me out here, you're already sitting at 16% bonus damage, which, I mean, if we're looking at just the Duskblade, you're sitting at like 12 extra damage on one item, not even counting whatever else is going to be building up here. Plus, it's all going to get boosted up by this Spellblade. Like, Derricos is a monster right now, already 3-0-2, 92 CS. This is a problem champion for We Love Soulbert.
And you better bet that that's going to be an Essence Reaver. We saw it last time in Game 1. Dracos was able to get a nice early lead, immediately went for the Essence Reaver with that Duskblade to be able to do even more. And I don't think that Ishwan's going to provide enough safety for poor Soulbert here against this Rengar, as you had already stated. It's already so far ahead, already being able to get the snowball rolling. And look at this, popping the Thrill of the Hunt, looking for Earl King, has that Glacial Prison, the Frozen Tomb if necessary. Going to be able to pop it with Jalingo on the other side, but they've at least got the flash away from Dracos to try to be able to stay alive. A lot of damage. Here's the Void Rush, but the shield was enough to be able to save the life and get the kill onto Jalingo.
So cheap. Haymaker is so silly sometimes. I mean, it works out so perfectly. They bait in Jalingo.
Oh, there it goes! Oh my god, those were some fancy feet there.
Is banned. You don't get to play this champion after this, Derricos. I hope you enjoyed it while it lasted.
I don't even want to talk about that. I want to focus on Derricos on this Rengar. That top lane play, yeah, it's unfortunate for Scatter Grants, but this Rengar is 4-0-3 at 14.5 minutes. They were able to get another turret bot lane after getting that kill onto Earl King.
I don't even know how Derricos killed Earl King there. Was it just double Bola?
It was double
Because
bola.
he hit the tower and then
It was double
bola'd.
bola.
Yeah, it was double bola.
It was double bola. That's one of those moves that an experienced Rengar player is able to make, knowing the damage that can come in through that. And I was definitely impressed because he used the jump to get to the turret to be able to get in range for a bola. And it's like, man, this is rough. This is rough.
Bola doesn't even do that much damage.
It does when you're ahead like this.
Well, yeah, but like if you're comparing like the abilities of Rengar, it's not high on the damage scale. But when you have
go AP and then it's a lot higher.
That's true. I kind of miss AP Rengar, to be fully honest with you.
You can still build an AP Rengar. It's just not as good.
It's very different. You know. But regardless, he's building AD. He's almost got that Essence Reaver completed, and I'm surprised that We Love Soulbert are leaving tower range. Ever. You just don't know when that big scared kitty cat's gonna come flying at you with a knife and just ruin your whole dang day. But they'll do it again.
Does Draco's build up a QSS, or are you going to go for something more to give you at least an ability to be able to get away from Earl King? This is kind of what I'm now theorizing. Like, how does Rengar snowball even more from here?
I think you kind of have to, because there is so much crowd control onto Lissandra that if any single one of them lands, it can really spell doom. And we saw that in game 1 with the Morgana. Like, as soon as that single binding landed, it was lights out for Derikos, and it made it seem a little bit closer than I think it might have been otherwise. But, you know, Lissandra, very equal on crowd control, but you just can't fight right now. Like, as long as Derikos is alive, you can't take the 5v5.
Nope. And now they've gotten themselves within Soul Point with a pick package. Oh, nice Devour coming in from Ishwan. But the dive in, Jalingo got bursted with a Solar Flare onto Ishwan. Already using the Devour. Here's going to be huge Normal, but the Showmaker into the back line, trying to see if they can get the damage onto Earth King. He's going to be able to survive with the help. Rocket going to be able to get the shutdown over to Soulbert. The Flash coming in, trying to get himself a double kill and kiting back to be able to get away. Having a bit of damage, but Sheepman has been doing a great job at keeping the fight dispersed, getting the kill on his scouting grounds and looking to see if they can dive for a little bit more. Looking for Earl King on the hunt, on the chase. So is Random Capitals, but he's taken so low by the zaps that he's got to be careful. Same with Sheepman, who's really close to dying. And if you die here, you can give that passive reset the flash in with the face breaker to get the kill, but it's excited. And the minions got the kill on his Soulbert Ishwan. He's dead by Random Capitals. What the hell was that fight?
There's so much to unpack there. The fight started with Jalingo going incredibly deep into the enemy team, just trying to get the kill onto Orange Meatball, the tankiest member of this team. Just dives in with the tunnel, flashes forward, explodes as if he was ticking time bomb from the inside out. And then there was the re-engagement coming in from Orbital. They just pile on through that choke point, which is actually where Earl King is able to get a lot of work done. All of the abilities hit AoE. They're all tightly focused, and you start trading back nicely. They finally get a kill onto Derikos with that Super Mega Death Rocket. Get excited, Soulbert, able to run through the enemy line, start trying to get away. But then that chase sequence, that was just, it was just perseverance. Like, how did they all stay so healthy? Sheepman, you know, being able to get bonus HP back from his silly passive, just keeping health regen up and just tanking shot after shot from Earl King. The flash, haymaker, face breaker combo to get the kill too. That was just something else.
I'm still kind of caught up on the fact that Soulbert died to execute on minions. Like, how did that even happen?
Minions do work, man. There's a lot of minions involved.
Yeah, okay, maybe level 2 we can understand that, but we're level 11s, level 12s, level 10 for Soulbert. What?
He was poked quite low by the missiles from Random Capitals. I can see it happening. Those caster minions, I don't think you understand, Magical. They are nothing to laugh at. They hurt.
But how does nobody on the side of Orbital get kill credit?
Thank them for him.
How did they not get kill credit too? That's my question. There's so many question marks around what had happened there, and now you have a big lead by the side of Orbital, as it is Rift Herald going to be summoned mid lane, kind of because Jalingo has to use it somewhere, but it probably won't even be able to get a full charge unless they're really making sure to escort this all the way to the turret. But it's actually going to be an arrow burned by King Joe just to get rid of the cleanse from Soulbert.
Yeah, it also allows them to push forward and really take out that Herald and really guarantee.
Oh my god! Jalingo gets annihilated. He's going to be able to survive with the help of the Stride Breaker, but Drakos' damage is out of control.
It's quite high. Although we still only have that 4 stacks because he hasn't been able to kill Jinx yet, which at this point in game number 1, he'd already killed Soulbert like 3 or 4 times on the Varus. So improvements, right? That's what we're focusing on for We Love Soulbert. Soulbert's still alive.
I mean, it better be if you have a Tom Kench. I'm going to say that. If you have a Tom Kench on your side, you better be keeping Soulbert alive a bunch and denying that 5th and final stack out of Drakos. Because if ever Ishwan is not just following along wherever Soulbert is, following him around like a puppy dog, there are going to be issues.
Yeah, I mean, he is recalling now, leaving his 80 carry to the Wolves, but more likely the Raptor camp. And this is kind of a interesting take because Jalingo has not had the strongest game on this Rex side. The champion just doesn't work in the current meta. Is forced onto the Stride Breaker to be somewhat beefy, even though he's not, Rek'Sai is not a beefy champ. She just kind of does a bunch of damage. But now he's having to give up all of his camps for the most part to Soulbert so that they can stay competitive and stay in the front focus of these team fights and be able to put out damage and be scary in the face of Derricos.
That was a smart move by King Joe there. Had gotten a bit of vision onto Scouting Ground, saw how close Meganar was, so threw out the volley to make sure to get rid of Meganar, and they're not going to be able to have that for quite some time. And look this flank. Sheepman and Random Capitals are split up, but they can easily dive into the backline, though King Joe takes a lot of damage, looking for the claw over the wall. They got the engage that they needed to. Jalingo tried to be able to survive, but the package damage, they blew up Soulbert! That's what they needed! They're going to be able to wipe the house clean of We Love Soulbert. Orbital Academy completely stopped that fight.
You know what? Honestly, every fight's been such a stomp. I didn't realize that this was also Infernal Soul. So now they've taken 4 straight dragons. This is an Infernal Soul 5-stack Rengar magical. Nobody's safe.
Nope. And the thing
I'm not even safe in the caster booth. I'm terrified.
Soulbert died so fast in that one that there wasn't a way that Ishwan could devour in time to keep him alive unless you did it preemptively. It was a great engage that came in from the side of Orbital Academy to make sure they got rid of Soulbert, the one member that could possibly carry. And honestly, even King Joe making sure that Earl King was delayed on being able to dive into the backline with the claw made it so that it was a lot easier for Drakos to jump in and get that assassination.
Yeah, and after that point, everybody just exploded and melted away like Frosty on a sunny day. But now it gets pretty terrifying for We Love Soulbert. They're behind Fed composition that Excels went ahead. They're down the Infernal Soul. They're down the current Baron. I think right now if you survive the Baron, your chances to go for that 50-50 steal of the Elder Drake, which is a lot easier now thanks to the jungle changes, but it's still a scary thought.
So right now, with the full stack onto the Bone Tooth Necklace, Drakos has 310 AD. Soulbert only has 170 at this moment. This is not looking good, and now with Scouting Grounds first down too, you've lost your engage. You've lost the front line. Only Ishwan there to try to protect Soulbert, but you can see with the thrill to hunt, Drakos wants to be able to dive into the back line once more. It's going to be the engage with the Stride Breaker. Jumps on top and deletes Jalingo. Man, this Rengar out of control, looking to be able to get game 2 easily in the bag.
Derricos, just use your ultimate aggressive. Like, he was so slow there, honestly, because there's nobody that can survive this Derricos burst.
No, but you know what? I don't think it matters because this is going to be a full-on dive, getting more kills for their side, more stacked over for the team. They've got another ace, technically, as Scouting Grounds had just respawned at the beginning of this, as they crack open the first inhibitor of this game with the Bears. Lots of minions there. This game 3 is looking like it's going to be Orbital Academy's game. The Rengar pick out of Drakos is too damn strong. Nobody can stop this man. Haymaker shield, trying to keep Sheepman alive. Jalingo will be able to get a little bit of a reprieve, but honestly, it's not enough. It's too little, too late as he died. Same with the dive underneath the turret to be able to get game 3.
We are not seeing Rengar again. I don't care what We Love Soulbert has to give up ban-wise to get this champion out of the server. but they have to do it. It is such a problem champion, and this game looked even scarier than game number 1. I thought We Love Soulbert were gonna like have a game plan to play around it, but it was so strong. They were perfect plays, perfect time for 90% of that map, and they got so far ahead. They had 4 stacks at 12 minutes on their Bone Tooth necklace. The only one they were missing was Soulbert, and that's just because Jericho's never went bottom. There was never any need to actually gank the bottom lane because Eschron's Tahm Kench existed and is just subconsciously making that Soulbert safer.
And with this, Dracos and the rest of Orbital Academy are now up 2-1 over We Love Soulbert, 1 game away from being crowned the kings and the champions of Risen Esports Premade Dominant. We're going to toss it off to a break. When we come back, we'll get right back into the draft, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back. We're getting ready for Game 4 here of the Grand Finals. Orbital Academy are up 2-1 over We Love Soulbert. They got side selection as well, and they have elected to stay on red side. But look at that, there it is. The Rengar ban from Soulbert saying no more of that for Dracos.
Sense. It's so oppressive. It's so hard to deal with from the side of We Love Soulbert. They just need to remove it from the pool. They're also removing the set, interesting enough.
Wow.
We've seen 2 games of it. And even with the counter pick last time, it still wasn't good enough for We Love Soulbert. So they just want to get that out of here, put them onto something a little bit more shaky. Sheepman, game number 2 was sitting over there on the Ornn, and it didn't quite look the same, but it was also into that Renekton, which, as we talked about previously, was so backed up by that Seraphine Taric. And this is the first time we're seeing Graves, and this is an interesting one because Jalingo has like 80 billion games on this champion already this season. So I'm curious to see how that plays out.
As am I, but on the side of Orbital, they have elected instead to be able to draft their bot lane, taking away the Jinx and Thresh. They've already given up Jalingo's Graves. They don't want to give up any more in this draft, and I have to say I respect that. Making sure that they're not going to have every single one of the comfort picks picked up by We Love Soulbert. They want to be able to win this Grand Finals 3-1. They don't want to take any more chances.
Yeah, Malphite also being picked up. This is an interesting draft already from We Love Soulbert. Maybe just go for the Fizz mid too. Why not? Make it just an absolutely hectic game number 4 here. But Malphite incredibly strong for a lot of reasons. He's pretty one-dimensional, so he's not very active. But that one thing he does really well.
That is true. Being able to catch out someone who's very immobile, such as a Jinx, can really help out the team. But now Evelyn is going to make her way on to the Rift in place of that Rengar for Dracos. And this is why we had talked earlier about how this player likes to play. They are much more into the camp of assassins than they are anything else. And this Evelyn has been something they have played in the playoffs. So seeing it busted out here in a game-deciding match, the grand finals on the line, is going to be hype.
Champion so interesting. I've seen both the good and the bad behind it. When it pops off, it is one of the most oppressive champions in the game because for a lot of the same reasons as the Rengar, you don't know where she is. You never know when she's going to come out and attack you, and she does a ton of damage that will absolutely blow up most champions in the game. But right now they have a Karma Malphite, which I think are both uniquely really good at surviving the type of damage Evelyn's going to bring. Malphite because he's a tank, and Karma because she can shield so instantly and become so artificially healthy or tanky that Evelyn might not have the burst damage, if not uber far ahead.
Well, this is what makes me wonder what we're going to see out of Soulbert in the bot lane. What do they want to draft here? Kai'Sa, Tristana are 2 that have been left open that can easily play into that bot lane, but unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to play some of those trickier styles. The Forest has been taken away, that Seraphine already gone. So now what do they want to fall back on to try to make sure that it's going to be more likely that they can survive against the assassin Evelyn?
Yeah, they also have to pick their mid laner here as well, so they will have to show up a little bit. Unless it's a Karma mid lane, which isn't unheard of. I don't think it's the strongest. I think you can get much better picks for that position, but it is an option. Right now, like you said, Tristana available, Caitlyn available, Aphelios available, Kai'Sa available, lots of different options to go into the Jinx, and you do... that's something I hadn't really thought of. Sivir with the rest of this composition, that on the hunt is so crucial. You can get so deep into the backline and get it all started off with that unstoppable force. It's a pretty strong pick. I like it.
Plus, having Graves already drafted, you already have your AD carry, essentially, in the jungle. So, Sivir being more on the wave clear PvE with the on the hunt to help the team be able to get into the backline, and a Karma, too. That is a lot of movement speed they're going to be able to put onto this Malphite, who's going to try to dive. And then, if they lock in this Orianna, the Wombo combo potential is absurd.
Yeah, I like the way We Love Soulbert drafted. It's pretty simple. It's not a hard composition to execute. For better or worse, it's a press R composition. The most complicated champion here, probably the Karma, in terms of just making sure all the pieces fall where they have to. And there's a lot that they can do. They can be aggressive, they can counter engage, they can be the first engage, they can just play keep away. They have a lot of tools in their box right now, and Orbital, in terms of what they have, I don't feel like they're as flexible. They have a lot of do everything champions like the Jinx and the Thresh and the Cho'Gath, but they need like certain things to go right and properly for them to really execute their game plan.
I'm a bit surprised that the final pick from Orbital for Random Capitals is going to be this Akali. I don't know why, but I kind of was expecting to see maybe the Galio being pulled out here just to be able to help give them a little bit more engage, disengage potential, but getting something that wants to assassinate the backline, wants to be able to take out Graves, could be their way to be able to win some of these fights.
Yeah, the Akali pick is a little surprising to me as well, Magical. It's that single target explosive damage that you can really use to assassinate an opponent, but when I look over to We Love Soulbert's side, there's not a whole lot of assassinatable targets. No. I mean, you mentioned the Graves, but you have both the Karma shielding and the Orianna shielding. Depending on which build we get out of the Graves, technically he can go shield bow as well and still be useful, which is just another shield on top of all that. So it's a really tough thing to ask. Sivir has all those same things, plus the spell shield to be that much safer. So the Akali, I think I would have preferred to see something a little bit more constant DPS, like maybe the Syndra, Cassiopeia, just something that is a bit more flexible versus the Akali that like you kind of know what you're looking for here. You just have to catch her in the act.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do that in Game 4 or not. Stick around. We'll be tossing to a break and be right back with more Grand Finals action. Welcome back. It's game 4 of the grand finals for the Premade Dominate. We are here to win if you're on the side of Orbital Academy, but we love Soulbert. They also want to win this one. Get us into a game 5. Make it all matter in one more game, but right now, Orbital are all grouped up together and they are looking for an early fight.
Yeah, it is tournament point here for Orbital Academy. They want to stamp this down hard, close it out.
They got spotted out.
Yeah, eyeballs are a good self-defense technique, but Orbital are looking to take down previous winners. We love Soulbert, who, have obviously been very dominant up to this point. You and I brought it up earlier about how Orbital Academy had been scraping through their playoff matches in game 5s, and they're looking to not do that again. Whereas Soulbert want to take it to that game 5. They want to stay alive in the tournament and hopefully become another champion for 2 in a row.
I would love to be able to do that, but I was going to say there's a funny trend with the side of Orbital. I know in the quarterfinals, they were able to get game 5, but it was back forth, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. Whoever was on blue side in that series won. And that's when Orbital was able to win the side. This time it's the opposite. Whoever's been on the red side has won every series, every game so far when they swap back and forth, but Orbital electing to remain on the red side. If trends continue, maybe we have the 3-1.
And interesting enough, we're seeing another topside start here from Derricos, this time on that Evelyn. It's being matched by Jalingo's Graves, and it does think that they might be focusing down here onto these bottom lanes, trying to get, either Soulbert or King Joe ahead. But once again, this bottom lane from Orbital, so aggressive, so active.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Ishwan there, forcing them back already, but they should be able to get that level 2 experience lead over King Joe and Orange Meatball, giving the side of Soulbert that slight edge for now. Just the style of how Sivir plays and how she's innately able to push out the waves is kind of how people talk about Tristana. And once she gets a couple levels, how she automatically pushes the waves no matter what. It'll be the same thing here. And that might actually be detrimental, since Dracos is pathing towards the bot side and wanting to make a play there, while Jalingo doing relatively the same.
Yeah, it's be an interesting one. Graves, I think, should get there first. Evelyn, not quite as quick on the clearing. Did take the more complicated side first in terms of the red side versus blue side jungle, but Graves is just so quick in the light jungle. He's like lightning. We are going to get Soulbert to pop that spell shield, though, to dodge out on the traps. Gets all that mana back, too.
Gets mana back, going to be able to push in the wave a bit more. And now, look how far back Orange Maple King Joe have to play to be relatively safe. Means that Jalingo, who's going to be the first one down towards the spot side, is going to instead want to fight around the Scuttle Crab, wanting to see if they can possibly beat out Dracos for that, and even getting a bit of an invade since this bot lane is shoved in so far that they're not going to be able to answer to try to help out Evelyn.
Yeah, there's no help coming from the bottom lane. You can see Random Capitals has rotated over a little bit, but they're just going to have to give up the crab. They don't really have the stats for this.
Not yet. They got to back out of that one. It would have been a risky fight had they want to go for it, since Earl King was already pathing to be able to join that one. Look how low King Joe is, too. You have this Jinx who is chunked out below half. She's not really going to be able to do much, because if she steps out of line, Jalingo going to jump immediately on top of her, first blood. It was a smart call from the side of Orbital to give that one over, but unfortunately by doing so, they now have to make a play elsewhere like they are trying to do in the spot lane, but unfortunately, without anything happening, no flash, no heal, they've lost double scuttles.
Yeah, the flash play there, I think, is a little overzealous. Once that death sentence was spell shielded, I think that's the end of the play. I know you're wasting time from Derricos right now, who needs to get ahead on this Evelyn, but it's just, you cost yourself a flash, you didn't gain anything.
Ooh, that's a bad trade there from Orange Meeple, even forcing out the heal of King Joe just to make sure that Soulbert and Ishwan don't try to go any further into this wave. But even with it, they're going to be able to continually poke you out.
Yeah, I think this is just a little bit of nerves coming in from Orange Meatball. You're on tournament point. You're in this matchup that, can be the aggressor because you have the on-demand crowd control, and you have this feeling that you need to land it. You need to be getting something done in this lane. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I think with the Jinx, you're fine to scale up. Soulbert, Sivir won't really do as much damage later on. There is going to be a window where Sivir hurts and hurts a lot, but Jinx is the hyper carry here, is the ultimate scaling machine on the Rift in this current game. And like you said in Champion Select Magical, Soulbert's not the AD carry here. That's Jalingo's job.
Exactly. Soulbert's job is to be able to clear out the minions whenever a siege happens, and then make everyone else go fast. That's what Sivir does shit best. She's really good at making sure that you're going to have that PvE style from your ADC, and get everything into Jalingo's hands to be the carry in this game. But at the moment, Jalingo is still just hard farming it up, trying to be able to get more and more levels over Drakos. And look at the difference in CS between these two junglers. Even though Orange people wanted to make the play mid lane, everything missed.
Oh man,
Tragic.
Poor Yellow Star.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a flash, it was just a hex flash.
It's because he already tried the flash.
Hey, last time at least he landed it, but this time now, Jalingo trying to be able to get a little bit more of an advantage, but with Drakos nearby, they're trying to get the damage onto Jalingo. Lots onto Orange Meatball, flashed away from Drakos, realizing how under-leveled they all are.
Yeah, they scale too, right? Like they're scaling champions. They don't need to be taking these fights. They have an assassin mid lane that will scale into the mid game quite nicely. They have the assassin jungler that scales pretty nicely considering she's an execute on her ultimate. And you have a hyper scaling AD. I think they need to take a deep breath. I really think they just need to calm down, Magical.
Yeah, they do, because otherwise they're just going to keep falling further and further behind. We already see that there's a significant difference bot lane, significant difference in the jungle. As you already have level 5 for Jalingo, probably going to be able to get level 6 after he backs. While Drakos still only just got level 5, just now. Going to be able to get the first scuttle crab of the game for themselves, and it's here 7 minutes into the game. They got double scuttled earlier on, which really put this Evelynn in a bad spot.
Yeah, they are going to find the enemy blue buff is available, but they do have scouting ground kind of doing their namesake, scouting said ground. And they're going to find out Drakos, who not invisible yet since they're not level 6. Exactly. They will be naked to the eyes, and they're going for it. They're trying to get Jalingo.
Okay. Getting a bit of damage back and forth. Oh, random capitals here. That's why they want to be able to go so aggressively onto Jalingo. But with level 6 onto scouting grounds, they're not going to be able to continue that push. They're not going to be able to continue that fight because TP from Earl King can easily split them and rip them apart.
It still might. We do see them still hanging out here in the jungle. Jalingo, not totally scared, is going to try and take this Gromp away. The blue's stolen, but it kind of just makes up for the double crab, right? Like a little bit of experience back to Drakos. Still behind, though, is going to need to pick up their own red buff to get back to even. But, I mean, it's a good show of team cohesion there from Orbital. Shows that they're not completely out of the game mentally yet.
Not yet, and that's the whole thing. You were even saying that, Doc, is that they just need to be able to scale up. Just hold on, be patient, don't worry too much, because once you get level 6 for Drakos, you're going to be invisible, be able to move around the map a lot easier. There you go. You got that invisibility. It's now going to be a lot easier to find these creative flank plays.
Yeah, it's going to take a control ward to really disrupt that for now. So, I mean, it's a good time. You're going to be able to go back. You're a little weak in terms of power. You do have 1,200 gold potentially for your next back right now, which is going to be a bit of an upgrade. But, I mean, looking over at Jalingo, the pickaxe, the double long sword, they're feeling good. Still don't know what they're building just yet. We talked about how they have a couple different paths that Graves can go, whereas Drakos, I think, just has the one. So, we'll see what these junglers do pick up on their next backs. It's still a pretty significant advantage for Jalingo.
I wonder if it's going to be purely going for that burst damage with the Gale Force, or maybe trying to survive the fights a little bit more, like you said, with the Mortal Shield bow. A lot of questions that will be answered momentarily once we get a back actually happening, but until then, there is the setup for a potential dive into this bottom lane. They want to be able to punish King Joe and Orange Meeple, who's only level 5. This Thresh not really going to be able to provide enough peel at the moment, especially if Jalingo is able to get the full burst onto King Joe.
Yeah, they're just trying to steal the blue buff.
Oh, there it is.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's a lot of damage. And even more impactful, I think, is that they steal the blue buff, but they don't keep it to the jungler like they did on the side of Orbital. They actually make the big brain play to give it over to Earl King, this mid laner who is on even footing and now can be a little more aggressive with this buff, trying to, take the lane into their own hands, push it out aggressively with these attack dissonances, and force random capitals on this back to pay a bit more respect, maybe blow the teleport to really come back to lane.
But it's a lot that's going to have to be used on the side of Orbital to really be able to kind of come back into this game now. Since Earl King, as you mentioned, getting the blue buff, going to be nice. Jalingo getting first blood kill, going to be nice. You're in this great position where it's difficult for Orbital to actually punish. And look at the positioning. They've got at least the charm, but the shockwave was used. Perfect execution will be able to get the kill for random capitals. And that's what they needed to be able to do to be able to get themselves back in the game. Scouting Grass is already TP'd into the back of the line. Going to be able to get the unstoppable force onto Durakos. Has no flash though. Uses the ult to be able to escape, but cannot dodge the collateral damage. There's no mana left onto the side of Scouting Grass. They have the Devour if they need to from Sheepman. The flash was a nice dodge away to be able to get a 1-for-1 trade in mid.
And the shielding from the Karma, giving that move speed boost, gets him out of danger. That Herald still in the back pocket of Derricos too. Tried to use the ultimate to stay safe. They're getting the teleport in from Earl King.
Probably just there to be able to push back in the wave, make it so they're going to have at least a little advantage. That way Jalingo doesn't have to hold the minions just in case, but until then, until we actually see this dragon spawn up right now, Jalingo has a pretty free reign onto this rift.
Yeah, it's not going to be ending anytime soon, and you were right in that it's the damaging route of the Gale Force. A lot more active, a lot more movement in the kit now. Does have that, get me over here button. Derricos trying to be spooky about it, but Earl King.
No shockwave. Here's the charm to dodge away from at least the depth sentence, but there's no way to be able to dodge all that coming in. There's so much damage. No shockwave either. So they got the kill on to the mid laner. Look for Jalingo. Knockup comes in from Sheepman, but nobody can follow it up, so they have to back out of there. Taking the lantern and immediately booking it for that dragon.
Yeah, trying to play it a little bit safe. They know that Jalingo has a ton of damage in the back pocket, so they don't want to overextend too much under tower specifically, and so they do fall away. They get the second dragon of the game. They get a kill onto their carry, and that's a nice sequence of events for Orbital. They're suddenly back into it, and they took some time. They had a little bit of patience. They didn't continue over-aggressing, and they get rewarded for it.
They get a nice little reward of their first dragon of the game. Like you had mentioned too, random capitals having both kills. I want to see what they're going to be able to do with this Akali now. She is in a great position to be able to start rotating around the map, and it looks like they're going to use that immediately bot lane. That's why I was like, hey, where do we see random capitals first to go? Trip right down to the bot lane.
They're hard pushing for this first brick, and they're going to get it eventually.
Oh yeah, they got it. They got it. Oh, okay, there we go. I kind of would have preferred that they just gave solo gold over to King Joe there, because that's the one thing now they're missing. We've already talked about how Orbital Academy have this great scaling composition in Jinx and Akali, even in Evelynn, but they need to be able to get this Jinx on that same trade. They need to make sure she's also going to have enough gold to be able to help out. At the moment, with no kills, just kind of even CS against Soulbert. Not really the advantage you want. Granted, it's still the hyper carry. She's going to do well later on, but you still want to make sure she's getting more gold too.
Yeah, I mean, right now she is currently ahead on items over Soulbert, but looking at their gold, it's just a 200 gold lead, but that in this specific moment is because of that first tower brick, which could have been even more significant had they gotten the solo gold. I think they might have been able to do that even without the teleport from random capitals. In all honesty, they had the heralds, they had the jungler support. It was just, in my opinion, a little gratuitous, but I get from their perspective, they're not feeling as strong as they would like to. So it's not the end of the world. It's one teleport. Dragon's not going to be up for a while.
Scouting grounds, unstoppable force is up if they need to. And look how tanky this Malphite has gotten so far. Earl King on the other side. They've got the charm. Do they want to be able to jump over the wall? They're going to be able to get the charm with an unstoppable force on top of Evelynn. Shockwave dodged away by the ult. They got the kill still with collateral damage, and they're going to be able to take down Sheepman as well. 2 kills for We Love Soulbert, and they have this top lane advantage with Jalingo continuing to look for the chase.
Too tanky, man. It's too tanky. It's just how are you supposed to kill Malphite and really anybody? Like Earl King had their own shield. They had Eshwan shields. They were able to just tank all of the damage coming at them. They didn't even have flash available, so they literally didn't have a choice other than to hold that, and they survived thanks to the shielding. They end up trading kills back as well. Greatly timed shockwave. Derikos did a great job dodging it with their own ultimate, but that collateral damage catches them once again in the backline.
It always looks good. It looks like these fancy feet from Evelyn are going to be able to dodge away from the kills. The shockwave there was dodged completely away. But as you mentioned, good collateral damages both times. Jalingo is on point on this Graves. Level 10 to level 9, 3-0-1 so far. This ADC is in the position to carry.
Yeah, and this is what we expected. You don't play 300 games of a champion and not know how to play it. At least, hopefully. And Jalingo definitely in the hopeful category. They've shown they know what their character is meant to do. They've executed it quite perfectly up to this point. They've gotten some really nice kills off of that ultimate. It's going to be off cooldown too, and just in time for this next dragon. And honestly, I don't know if Orbital can fight this. They need a really strong engage off the start of the fight. They need to catch either Soulbert.
I mean, spell shield. It's like, yeah, okay. Are you gonna catch Soulbert though? He had flash shield and spell shield.
Other way, like if the spell shield had hit the zap instead of the rupture, then yeah, that's doable. But
exactly, but it was wrong timing.
Yeah, PEMDAS just didn't work their way.
No, I mean, it happens. That's how it works once in a while. So right now, even though it is kind of a dead even game, if you look at the gold, I'm favoring Jalingo in this Graves as long as they can continue to keep Jalingo alive in these fights, making use of the positioning where they're constantly going to try to play. There's nothing that they can really do. The Derikos cannot get onto this backline to properly kill Jalingo in time because there's just too many shields and too much to be able to keep him alive.
And Scouting Grounds just takes 0 damage.
Yep.
They have 2 items, and they're basically unkillable at this point for the side of Orbital because there's not a lot of AP damage, just Derikos and Random Capitals, which are more focused on the damage dealers of We Love Soulbert, and they don't quite have the same oomph behind them that the damage dealers of Soulbert have. So it's an interesting dichotomy here. Teleport to the backline.
Look at Sheepman. Jalingo spotted a target onto Meatball. They got so much damage onto Derikos. The last caress will be able to keep him alive, but the support is going to be the sacrifice. Looking for Scouting Grounds, but not going to be able to get him. Instead, it's going to be the dive in with a shockwave into the backline, but they're still alive. Exhaust, use. Does Random Capitals want to be able to follow up the shuriken, but does not decide to go for it. Instead, it's going to be Sheepman taking up a lot of the damage. Even though the support is dead, the side of Orbital are still in the middle of this, looking to see if they can find anybody. Jalingo a little far out. Had to be able to use the dash over the wall. Not going to be able to get the knockup. They have so much damage on a Sheepman who had to flash away. Now they're looking for the charm with the knockup coming in from Cho'Gath and now the flash in from Scouting Grounds. They're at least able to completely push and route the side of Orbital Academy so they can get their second dragon of the game.
Scouting Grounds is so bold. They teleport back into the team fight. They get the claptraps out of King Joe and they just flash over him. They just don't even care. It's 5 minutes, don't need it. My ultimate will be up soon enough. I'll just flash this and just run at you. And there's nothing that Orbital can do in the face of that. Jalingo's putting out too much damage. He's too slippery, too. Getting his quick draws all over the place, up and over walls, down ramps, putting out the buckshots, and the collateral damage is doing so much. Derikos actually survived that one for the first time. This game is trying to get this Rift Herald. Yeah, it was like literally 50 HP. Might not even survive this Rift Herald take at this rate.
Okay, there you go. I was wondering that too. I'm like, all right, are you going to be able to survive? They're taking their time. Oh, they wanted to give the feast stack over to Sheepman. That's why. I was like, what? They're taking their sweet time here. Why is that? And I'm like, oh, that's why. They want to be able to get a much bigger void creature.
Yeah, it'll start stacking up eventually for Sheepman, who hasn't had a bad game. You know, played lane pretty cleanly, was able to get a lot of damage down onto Scouting Ground, who, again, doesn't have to build AP since it's the tank matchup, so is able to just push lane in, run away, try and help out the team here. Sheepman used teleport, you know, in that last team fight quite nicely. They had a great flank ward here at the opening to the blue buff. They were able to come down with random capitals, but that on the hunt is so good in that situation, because even if you see the flank, you go, oh, I don't want to be here anymore. Pop that on the hunt, send the entire team flying forward with a little help from Arrow King and Eshwan, and Jalingo just does all the work damage-wise.
I'm looking at Orbital, and I'm thinking, what can they do to be able to get away from Scouting Grounds? Because that's the whole combo, isn't it? It's going to be Scouting Grounds starting it off with an unstoppable force, Shockwave from Earl King, Jalingo doing Jalingo things on the sideline. And I really feel like Dracos has to be able to get at least some spell shield, something like a Banshee's Veil to be able to survive, because otherwise you're going to get bursted way too quickly. Like right here, 2-level discrepancy between the two of them. Even with the last caress, it's going to be the follow-up coming in with the help of Gale Force, but the collateral damage was body blocked by Orange Meatball this time around. So again, barely survived the flash away from King Joe to be able to get away from the Shockwave. It's a lot used on the side of We Love Soulbert. Not getting the kills, but getting a lot of flashes is going to be nice.
Yeah, that summoner spell economy working much in favor of Soulbert here. They're spending ultimates, but they're getting summoner spells, and the cooldown differential there is huge, to say the least. You know, you're spending Shockwave, which is currently at a 79-second cooldown, versus Flash, which is a 300-second cooldown. Big difference there, and you'll take that trade every day of the week, plus you get the tower on top of it, and, you know, you're talking about what's... I see the pause, but I'm going to continue my train of thought. You're talking about what Derricos needs to do, and obviously not getting caught, big game changer there. But on top of that, they need the Evelynn flank. Last team fight at the Dragon, Evelynn wasn't in a flanking position, wasn't more of like an off position. And as soon as they saw even a hint of it, they just got ulted by Scouting Grounds. Scouting Ground doesn't even need to go for King Joe at this moment, because King Joe only has the Kraken Slayer. It's not a huge damage threat. So you can ignore that a little bit and focus on Derricos, that crowd control, slippery demon lady that she is. And there's no flanking potential so far. That's the game changers. If you can get onto the back line and get Earl King or Soulbert.
And that's the thing, though, is how are you going to do that? How are you going to be able to get into that back line reliably, even if you have perfect flanks from random capitals and Dracos? There's the shields from Ishwan. There's the ability to be able to spell shield yourself out of Soulbert. Earl King 2 having shields in the Shockwave to constantly peel back. And then that's not even talking about Jalingo on this Graves constantly getting damage out.
Yeah, I think realistically we need to add an item to the game that's basically Ohmbringer, or Ohmwrecker, excuse me.
Ohmwrecker, best item.
Yeah, Ohmwrecker.
100% win rate.
Basically that, except for shielding. And instead of targeting towers, targets champions. Just be like, you know, for however many seconds, just you can't be shielded. You can still heal, you just can't shield. And I think that would be, I think that's balanced.
I remember seeing someone say that once on the subreddit for League of Legends, where they said, why don't they just rework Ohmwrecker to be like almost like a redemption thing, but within that zone it is for shields, and it's just like negate shields for a couple seconds, you know? I feel like that would be a cool redesign for it, even though I still love it, the disabling turrets function. I think that would be a really cool adaptation to make it feel a little bit stronger.
Yeah, and I respect that Serpent's Fang exists and is designed to do what I'm talking about, but it's not incredibly strong at the moment. I know that LS a couple patches ago put out like the video about how it was pretty good, but it's still not enough. And I think that just kind of plays into our earlier conversation about healing, shielding might be a bit overtuned in current League of Legends meta, but c'est la vie. Right now, it's Derricos' problem because they're the ones that have to cut through the shield somehow.
Oh, I feel like that's what those blighting jewels are for. Trying to see if they can at least burst through the resistances, so that way the shields don't matter as much, especially for Scouting Grounds, since even with the, look at this, it's mostly armor right now, and just a little bit of magic resist, and they still can't kill Scouting Grounds.
Yes, I'll fight. They're just not gonna die. This is the tank I was looking for in Q when they had actually this is game 1 when they had the Volbear. I was like, hey, just pick a tank and you won't have as much, and eventually they decided that's what they needed. They did it's doing the job, and it's currently 0-0-3. Yeah, it's down 35 CS, but you don't pick Malphite to CS, you pick Malphite to go boom.
Exactly, it's why you kind of get them. You want to be able to try to see if you can get into the back line, jump onto King Joe, the mobile AD carry, and remember, that's the hyperscaler that they need to be working for Orbital. And if you can't have this Jinx doing what she does best, which is getting lots of damage out from a sideline and being untouched, well, suddenly you're putting all the onus on it to Random Capitals, on it to Durakos to be able to carry, and they're not in that position just yet. Even with 2 kills on Akali, they can't kill Jalingo quite yet.
Yeah, and so I'm kind of the mind that they just give up this dragon here, farm up a little bit more. You know, you do still have, 30 seconds till this one spawns, but I don't think you have the power. I just don't think you're strong enough. Even summoning that Rift Herald mid, I think that Soulbert can just kind of ignore it. It's mid-tier 1 in a world where they're super far ahead. Their vision's quite strong on the sides of the map that they choose. And it's a dragon. It puts you on soul point for this Earth Dragon, which is so problematic for Orbital to try and cut there because look at Scouting Grounds. Imagine this champion with 3 Earth Dragons. That's insane.
Yep, and I think that's why Orbital don't want to just give it up. They need to make sure they're not within soul point, because that is difficult to then deal with. The Baron up on the table, they can constantly route them and push them into where they want to. They don't want to have any lost pressure onto this map, and just watch this dance as they both are going back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, there's so much tankiness on the side of Soulbert that they can tank these dragon shots forever, basically. They don't need to be anywhere near it.
Orange Meatball just dies in the back line trying to be able to get the engage, but now they've got the knock up. The shockwave is huge. Jalingo on top, getting the shutdown onto King Joe, looking for Durakos as well, but it's going to be the chase down. Triple kill in. He's continuing to carry. Sheepman, Random Capitals want to be able to get away, but they want to be able to get the quadra kill. Jalingo on the hunt, wants to be able to get himself a pentakill here. Game 4, baby. Jalingo's on top.
Absolute insanity coming out from We Love Soulbert. That is a championship style team fight. They get the championship style victory. They get the pentakill for Jalingo. They get the soul point dragon. Heck, if they wanted it, they could go for Baron.
They could easily go for that. They feel like maybe they just back off, buy themselves a couple items. They have TPs available for both Scouting Grounds and Earl King. So if they want, they could immediately book it for that. With this huge lead now they've been able to get for themselves. 2 Mountain Dragons, 8-0 and 2 Jalingo. Even if the gold doesn't necessarily represent the lead that they have, having all that gold into this carry is going to be monumental.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane how far ahead they are. Jalingo specifically is 4,000 gold ahead of their direct opponent in Durakos. So that is it's basically the entire lead and then some. There's somebody on the team holding them back, and I think it's just Scouting Ground, but they're Malphite, so we can forgive them. But this is insane, and this is an almost unwinnable position for Orbital. There's, not too many spots in League of Legends where you're just like, the game is over, we cannot play anymore, just FF and go next. And this is one of those ones. The other one is probably Yone gets a kill on the game and it's just over from that point. But Jalingo is showing why this champion is so banned. It took 4 games to get to this point. They finally let it slip once, and Orbital are definitely regretting it. We're going to be more than likely heading to a game number 5 here. We're going to get that silver scrapes, and that game 5 draft is going to be all that more important.
Nobody can touch Jalingo. That's the biggest problem. We keep saying, you gotta get Jalingo, you gotta get Jalingo, but nobody can get near him. And once they pull the trigger, Jalingo is able to go rampant in these fights. And now they've got King Joe caught out with the on the hunt and the Gale Force damage. So they give a free kill to Earl King.
That's Baron. There, you see Orange Meatball clearing that ward, but you don't need the ward. They're just going to take it, and you can't do anything about it. They're going to take this. They're going to do some ward clearing. There is that control ward in the back of the pit, but, I mean, Smite fight 50-50 is your only chance.
I mean, they have TP for Sheepman. It's down to 50%, and look at what Durakos is at the moment. It's going to be the TP coming in from Sheepman to try to see if they can scatter the members of We Love Soulbert, and they're all in the middle. Huge shields. Random Capitals taking so much. The Shockwave completely whips. They got the kill on the one, and the perfect execution to be able to get away. Double knockup. They got to focus Jalingo, though. They've got the damage, but he's still alive, just barely on the other side. Sheepman's going to die to Scouting Grounds. This Durakos has to use the Rocket Belt to try to be able to get away. That should be still the Baron on the table. No, they're going to back out of that one and respect the damage that can come in from the side of Orbital.
Yeah, King Joe's back on the map, can get something done. Just gonna interrupt the backing there. Soulbert still pretty tanky though. It's just, you know, the one bit from Derrickos. That was a decent team fight. The Shockwave missing pretty much everybody was a bit of a problem. I was really surprised that how much Random Capitals was actually able to get done there, because we saw them go in with the perfect execution and 80% of the life bar just disappeared, just into the void, gone. But they were able to use the second portion of the execution to get out, stay safe, and they weren't able to really do a whole lot at the fight at that point because they were so low. But that was when Derrickos and Sheepman were able to finish off that initial engagement, take out Ishwan, and try and fall away. It does end up with Derrickos and Random Capitals being the only ones left alive, but that alone was enough to deter the Baron play for that point. Dragon, Soul Point in a minute 25. That's the next objective for these two teams. The wards are currently all at the top. We're going to see them start transitioning down towards this Dragon.
As you can see, they're already booking it for it, completely abandoning the Baron, saying that is not what is important now. If we can get this Mountain Dragon Soul, 3 of the Mountain Dragons, 2, 4 scouting grounds, this Malphite is going to be unkillable. There's no way they're going to be able to kill this mountain.
Everybody's unkillable. They're all going to get permanent shields that are all going to get bonus 18% armor and magic resist, and even without building a whole ton of it, that's a lot. If you have 100 armor or magic resist, which actually that's a large number. I don't.
They're gonna trade. They're just gonna trade Baron for Soul.
I think you're fine if you're Soulbert. Who cares?
That's what I'm saying. It's Soulbert. That's great, but Orbital, this is devastating.
Well, actually, there's 30 seconds until the Dragon. There is a lot of time to move up the river.
Can they get it quick enough? There is TP for scouting grounds. The hunt is up, and they've at least used the rockets and the grenades to keep Jalingo at bay, and they have to peel off of it. They've got it so low, but they're not confident enough to actually take the objective. This means We Love Soulbert have stopped the desperation Baron play and now can book it immediately for the Soul.
And now you trade it, right? Because now you're forcing Orbital to make the decision instead of, you know, them being the ones like, hey, we have 30 seconds. We can just take Baron and hopefully back in time to get the Dragon. This is a hard committal decision from Orbital saying, we don't want Dragon, we want Baron. Except Jalingo can do it by himself, and this is really scary.
Exactly, that's the biggest problem here, and they still haven't gotten Baron fully, and that's going to be the engage on the King Joe in the backline. Random Capitals has been exhausted trying to do it the damnedest to be able to keep it all at bay as least, so they got the Baron. They're going to have to sacrifice Random Capitals, so that way they retain the buff on 4 members, but look mid lane, the pings are coming in.
Yeah, that is worth it to them in terms of keeping it off the map for We Love Soulbert, but that was the Dragon. You can't give up. It's so critical. It's 18% plus the Soul Shield. And, I mean, honestly, Scouting Grounds could just hang out under towers.
King Joe barely surviving with the help of the heals. Jalingo gets knocked up in the air. No feast, though, for Sheepman, so they can't get the kill onto Jalingo. Instead, it is going to be the attempted push continuing from the side of We Love Soulbert. They've cracked open the mid inhibitor. Derrickos wants this flank, sees how low Jalingo is, but nobody can get anywhere near, and the shields stay permanently up on this man.
It's insane. He's got the Hex Drinker, man. And, like, Hex Drinker is so interesting because it's always an item that, like, we were kind of supposed to, like, build early into certain matchups because the magic resist.
They want to keep this fight going, but Jalingo's been able to heal up a lot. The Shockwave on Derrickos gets a flash away. The knockup's only onto Scouting Grounds, and here are the shields. Random Capitals diving into the backline, but look at the damage that comes through. Completely annihilated while the tank took all the damage. Trying to see if they can turn it back around onto Sheepman, trying to do the best to be able to keep Orange people alive, as King Joe has been hiding it back slowly but surely. Unstoppable force right on top of them. They're unstoppable. The Lantern to be safe as they get the kill on Soulbert on the other side. 2 are dead for Soulbert, but it doesn't matter. Jalingo, the one that needs to be killed, is still there, retaining the dominance on this map. 9-0-7 for this champ.
Yeah, and they do get the fake out there. Derrickos going top, the rest of the team going bottom. But 2 kills for 2 kills. If you're Orbital, that's something you can count on. That is a good trade, because before that, you were just getting aced. You got pentakilled for an ace, and that was just a couple minutes ago. Now you're trading 2 for 2 with the help of the Baron buff. That is not bad. You're able to get some gold back onto your team. You're able to build a couple items that you previously weren't going to be able to. It does reset a little bit, and the problem here is that Baron buff goes away when you die. Earth Soul doesn't, and that is going to be a continuous fact here. There is that Elder Drake in 3 minutes time. That is going to be another decision that Orbital need to make, and if they choose Baron over the Elder Soul, Again, I don't think that's the right call. I think Dragons are too strong right now that you can't really be giving it up for Baron, but that's something they can be had. And that's if they even survive 3 minutes, right, Magical? Like, I don't see what's stopping Wheel of Soulbert from just 5-manning it down mid right now.
Honestly, I am expecting that to be the case right now for Wheel of Soulbert. They are so far ahead in this one. Again, just because of Jalingo. All the other members don't matter. As long as this Graves can maintain this insane lead for them, that's all that matters. And if 4,500 gold lead essentially for the jungler over Durakos, who's playing Evelyn, who needs to scale, but we're getting a call of trying to push down mid to just answer this attempted split push coming in from the side of Wheel of Soulbert.
Getting the teleport in from Earl King.
Earl King. Oh, okay. Unstoppable force onto King Joe, but he's still alive. Earl King has so many shields to be able to stay alive away from random capitals that at least get themselves the inhibitor turret in the mid lane with the double knockup coming in, but they're not going to follow up. The shields are just so insane for Jalingo. Orange Meatball going to sacrifice his own life to make sure the team can try to escape, because right now, Soulbert is knocking on the top lane door.
Yeah, that's the right call from We Love Soulbert. Why would you base race a team that far ahead? You got the middle inhibitor turret down, but you are potentially losing this top lane inhibitor after already losing your mid lane inhibitor. You did lose 2 members as well. This might actually be the final push.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the game.
Yeah, King Joe took blue buff and is just
Soulbert
calling.
Yeah, it's Soulbert in the base. What do you expect is going to happen? It's the ADC, the PvE style. Jalingo jumps on top of Durakos. Look at the damage coming in the left, and Chris cannot do anything as they get the knock up on to Scouting Ground. Take out the take. Jalingo, you have to kill Jalingo. He's still alive, kiting back away. The knock-up not going to be able to connect out of Sheepman, and still the shields are insane for Jalingo with a shockwave on to King Joe, but they've at least stopped them for now. Looking for each one. Going to be able to get the knock-up at least out of Joe. But random capitals knows who the real target is. Gets the perfect execution, but not the damage. Focus, Jalingo, damn it!
He's got the protagonist buff. This guy's Deku on the Rift. He's running around, just punching everybody in the face and surviving everything. Jalingo just cannot die. 12, 0, and 7, taking this championship away from Orbital at this moment. There is an open nexus. Are there any wards in the pit that they can teleport to? No, there is that control ward, but Magical, I can tell you're losing it, and Jalingo is the sole cause of this right
12, 0, and 7 on this Graves. I know it is favorite, it is the pocket pick, it is the classic champion for Jalingo, but he can't keep getting away with this.
Oh, he's going to, and in 15 seconds, he's going to get that Elder Drake as well, and just really cause problems. The execution damage there is quite high, in case you didn't know, folks at home. And with the amount of damage that this composition for We Love Soulbert does, it's GG. It lights out entirely, and this flank, it's
a flank,
King
that's
Joe
for sure.
flank.
And here's the TP bot lane coming in from random capitals. They have to fight around this Elder Dragon, unfortunately for them. They are now forced away from their base as Rakdos wants to be able to get onto Jalingo, but Jalingo has so many shields that blows up Evelyn before the charm can come through. Random capitals even flashing, but they cannot do anything. Double kill comes in from Jalingo once more, and they can jump onto Sheepman too. Triple kill. Will they be able to get 2 pentakills in one game for Jalingo? Looking for the kill. Collateral damage helps out. Pentakill the second time for the champions here. And We Love Soulbert. They want to drag this to game 5 with it.
And that spectator stall is the signal that the game 4 has ended, and this is the most insane series I've ever cast, Magical. It's 2 pentas in one game on a single player. Jalingo's nuts. 17, 0, and 7. 17 freaking kills in a 36-minute game. It's unheard of. I've never seen it before. It's never been done.
Just like Rengar, we're not going to see Graves in Game 5. We're going to toss it a break because I need a break. We'll be back with Game 5. Silver Scrapes, baby. Stick around. Alrighty, welcome back. Silver Scrapes time, baby. Game 5 here in the grand finals for the Premade Dominate. We got Orbital Academy 2. We love Soulbert 2. This game decides it all, and there go both Rengar and Graves.
Yeah, and I don't even know what the mental capacity of Orbital Academy is going to be after this. They got double pented by Jalingo specifically. It wasn't even a We Love Soulbert thing. It was just Jalingo popping off. And so they obviously get that out of here. Ban away the Graves. Rengar on the list as well. It is this Jinx first pick coming in from Orbital Academy. They played it last game, and they're just taking it away from Soulbert. They just don't want him to have
And now this makes me wonder. Morgana left up on the table, and we know Jalingo can play it. That is something they can easily grab for themselves, as they've gotten Karma to make sure they essentially have a very similar style with the push, where all she does is make sure everyone's got the shield, and it's essentially like having a Sivir on your team anyways. So I'm wondering if with that they want to get that Morgana, the Soul Shackles movement speed buff, right in the middle of all 5 of Orbital.
I think the Karma was actually a hidden problem in that last game. There was so much movement speed on the side of We Love Soulbert that, yeah, the shields obviously were a problem too, but the movement speed makes it so hard to land any non-point and click abilities because they're everywhere, right? Like any type of skill shots. You notice that the Cho'Gath wasn't hugely impactful. Not a lot of ruptures were able to land. There was too much move speed, and the ones that did land were instantly shielded away in terms of just making them a non-factor. So it's Karma, the silent assassin here of We Love Soulbert. They pair it up with that Sivir one more time, leaving the Morgana available.
Okay.
But I want you to harken back to game number 2, Magical, where Orbital Academy actually banned away the Morgana rather than play it on blue side.
They played Rumble in that game as well, and Dracos did not look nearly as comfortable like on that champion when not on an assassin such as that Rengar. Though Morgana, I would argue, is a far easier jungle to pilot than the Rumble. I wonder if it's actually going to be flexed. It is! Diana gets locked in. That's more of what I'd expect, an assassin coming in from the jungle.
She's pretty tanky too, right? Like Diana's not squishy by any means. This season she has taken a bit of a hit, Roa and some other items being adjusted, so she's a little bit squishier, I guess, but I don't have any trouble tanking people's face off with Diana, so I'm excited to see it. It's a sleeper pick. It's something that a lot of people said was strong since her rework, and I just haven't really seen it in competitive play. This time though, it's a breakout, but I mean, honestly, Magical, Soulbert can just do the same draft. They won with it. They don't need to change anything. It's Orbital Academy that need to adjust.
But I do think that even with the same draft, I feel like Orbital have adapted enough. The Black Shield to make sure that King Joe, who's going to be the target for Scouting Grounds, has a way to stay safe. Plus, if you're running into the Morgana, it makes her life a lot easier to make sure to get those Soul Shackles off into the Zonias that will lock everyone down. That's going to be the big problem for We Love Soulbert, is how can they play into these changes that Orbital have now gotten themselves as we get into the second part of bans. It's Thresh getting banned away. They have a feeling that it might actually still be Morgana jungle with Diana being flexed into mid lane, which is something that people do.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid pick. Diana does fairly well in the mid lane as well. Just a couple patches ago, that's where we were mainly seeing her in solo queue. So there is some practice to be had there on the side of Random Capitals. They've been playing pretty well this series as well outside of lane phase. Looking at their previous picks, the Akali, it had some shining moments. The Corki, the Tristana looked pretty strong, as well as the Silas in game number 1.
Well, and Silas is still open, so they can easily grab that for themselves if they want to, but I feel like it also could be something they might want to ban, not wanting that to be stolen away from them by We Love Soulbert here in this part. But instead, it's going to be Orianna, and this gives a lot of flexibility over to Soulbert. Do they want to grab their jungler here and make it a lot easier, or do they want to wait? Figure out exactly where this Morgana and Diana are going to be going into this game.
Yeah, I mean, at the highest level right now, this is a concern that you need to make because the Morgana matchup is so problematic for a lot of junglers that you don't want to, be caught with that, with unawares with that. So I do think that Soulbert are recognizing what a bad path can do into the Morgana jungle because she is just so quick into these lanes. And so they do just pick up the Sylas, in the face of it. They're not concerned about what the Sylas has to go up against because it's just so strong. It's an insane champion right now.
As he is, and with this Orbital, do have themselves now the ability to be able to counter that Sylas, counter that Malphite if they want to, grabbing Renekton to try to bully the laning phase of Malphite and constantly be on top of him. That 1 through 3, where all you want to do is try to see if you can get that early solo kill before Malphite gets too tanky for you to be able to deal with.
Yeah, it's a little aggressive. The only showing we've had for Renekton today was successful, but it also had the Taric backing it up, which I think made it so successful. And so this is going to be Orbital coming in with a strong, aggressive pick. Sheepman trying to get ahead of the curve here. Lucian the backup, and I don't know what I'm watching here from Orbital. I guess it's Morgana support Diana jungle.
Yep. That's what it is. So they are going to go for what our initial inkling was into this game, sending Morgana into the bot lane onto Orange Meeple, while it's going to be Rocco's piloting this Diana, but it is going to be all on We Love Soulbert now to draft into that, and a Nocturne is a great choice to try to be that skirmish potential, to try to be able to contend against Diana.
And they just have a 300 comp right now. What I mean by that is that they're just going to attack them in the shade. They're going to pop that paranoia. They're going to use the Karma Saver speed boost, and they're going to come flying out of the shadows with that unstoppable force to just start everything off. And Orbital Academy are just going to be in shambles after post 6. And man, that is a lot to deal with and a lot to keep track of because Soulbert with this Nocturne pickup is going to be very active once they hit that level 6, probably even before they hit level 6. I could see Nocturne hitting that mid lane, which is a mobile character in the Diana, maybe even going bottom into the Morgana just to be like, hey, I'm watching you guys down here. Don't get any fancy ideas with this hard crowd control because I'll be back. So it's definitely an interesting pickup, and I love how this series has adapted.
As have I, going into our final game of the evening for this grand finals. Only one can come out on top. The former champions, the current title holders in We Love Soulbert, going up against the contenders in Orbital Academy. We're going to toss a break. We'll be right back for game number 5, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. It is Game 5. It's all on the line. Winner of this is your pre-made dominant champions. We love Soulbert would love to be able to have the back-to-back titles, but they have to go up against Orbital Academy. Neither jungler is on their one trick, the ones that they were able to completely style on in Game 3 for Dracos and Game 4 for Jalingo. Instead, we have a complete topsy-turvy style coming in from them.
Yeah, this is completely different from anything we've seen from the teams tonight in terms of mid-jungle duos. Random Capitals taking away the Lucian. Derrickos now on this Diana for the first time tonight. Jalingo on this Nocturne, which we haven't seen yet tonight. And I don't think it's as pressure related as it has been in the past, looking back a couple patches at the competitive level. So it'll be interesting to see how it's piloted here. It's obviously still an extremely strong champion. It's just that you have to execute it right for it to really showcase itself.
Has to be able to get level 6 as well for those reliable ganks. Of course, if you look at the composition for the side of We Love Soulbert, there are ways to be able to help out Jalingo, especially mid lane for Earl King. We see a good connect of that abscond abduct. Maybe that Jalingo wants to go there. Make the first play into mid lane, try to be able to get Earl King in a position to be able to carry from there. But unfortunately for now, Earl King is forced so far away because Random Capitals on Lucian wants to skirmish early.
This is so much more aggressive than the Earl King Lucian that we saw earlier even. And that was pretty aggressive to begin with. It was just forced off by the failed gank from Jalingo earlier in the night. But there's no junglers even anywhere near it right now. This is the first time we've also seen Derrickos start down here with this jungle pathing. It'll be interesting to see where they end up because it seems like they want to get the Renekton ahead on Sheepman, but it's Malphite. He doesn't care. He'll just fall away, give up farm, play weak side, and now you've almost wasted your time.
All he needs is level 6. That's all a Malphite really needs in life, is to be able to use Unstoppable Force onto the carries. If he can do that, he's done his job. So right now, like I said though, it is going to be pretty much on whether or not Dracos wants to play towards that top side, or maybe they want to play somewhere else. He's going to be able to get a power farm clear and then try to have a skirmish into Jalingo, into this Nocturne before he's able to get level 6.
Which is always a scary thought. I mean, they're pretty on pace too. You know, both junglers starting on their second buff just now. It'll be interesting to see how things kind of shake out from there. Right now, you know, we're seeing this push in from the Soulbert bottom lane. It's Sivir. It's what she's going to do, especially into a Jinx matchup where, you know, she has to use mana to really keep up with the type of push that Sivir can put out. Whereas right now they're on the towers. They're chilling. They're going to keep getting poked out by these boomerang blades, by these mantra Qs from Ishwan, and it's not a good look. Black Shield can only do so much.
Exactly. It's going to be really easy for Ishwan to be able to get through them too. Just using every Q and powered Q, whichever one connects, will pretty much be able to whittle away at that Black Shield immediately. It's why Karma for a while actually was one of those great counters towards Morgana bot lane that we used to see way, way long ago, back when it was the Caitlyn Morgana meta in bot lane. Anytime you wanted to be able to get rid of that Black Shield, you went something like Karma, because you could land one Q and boom, no more Black Shield.
And here we see a gank in the top lane, and look at that. Scouting Guard just walks away.
And waddle away, waddle, waddle.
Yeah, he asked them if he had any grapes. They said no, and you all know the story from there.
Yeah, he had a very nice day. So right now, though, you know, I'm going to use the TP to be able to get back in. I doubt we're going to really see much. There's going to be pretty much the top lane, Sheepman pushing in, Scouting Grounds, bot lane, Soulbert pushing in, King Joe. Mid lane is maybe the one place we might see some early fighting. Random Capitals always trying to be able to get that press the attack damage onto Earl King, whittle him low enough so that he can't really feel confident enough, even if he has Kingslayer available, to try to fight and try to be able to style over the Lucian.
Which is doable. You know, once you're 6, you're able to steal away the culling as well, and really try and add that extra oomph of power, since you do add in your own AP damage into the ability. So, I mean, he's really abusing the series here, the sequence here, but he's got that corrupting potion, so he's out of charges at this exact moment, but he, every time he bases, he comes back to base with 3. As he's building up these items, he's going to become healthier and tankier and be able to sustain a little bit longer each time. So the corrupting potion is going to continue providing benefits to Earl King at this moment, and they're just about to ding 6. Random Capitals will be going first, and it is this first dragon going over to Orbital Academy.
Pretty easy since Jalingo can't really do too much. Like I said, it's the Nocturne game, He wants to be level 6. He needs that paranoia to reliably dive into the backline. Even the Stride Breaker is kind of necessary to make sure you can have that sticking power towards some of these more mobile champions, such as Renekton, such as Lucian. It makes sense that you give up on Ocean Dragon early on, you'll wait it out, you're trying to power farm, you're level 5. You're so close to being able to get that paranoia, which is when you want to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at his experience bar, he's 3/4 of the way there, so just needs a little bit more, but the camps are all empty. There's no camps available except for the enemy red buff spawning in 40 seconds, so he's just kind of stuck in a bit of a middle ground right now, waiting for something to spawn so that he can hit that level 6, but...
Hey, those jungle changes have kind of impacted the power farmers, It makes it so that once they lose stuff and they need to be able to get level 6, well, it's 15 seconds until something's going to respawn. So you have to wait it out. You have to be patient before you're going to be able to reliably have something. See, like the Scuttle Crab. That's what Jalingo wanted to be able to get. Now got that level 6. Where's the paranoia going to be used?
I was going to say, it felt like he was wandering the river forever. It was just waiting for the crab spawn. But
totally mid lane. There it is. Going to be able to get the flash in away. Gone up deck does not connect, but actually, unfortunate. It's going to be the flash for Flash. Earl King having expended that too, trying to get towards Random Capital.
Yeah, it was a nice play. It was just that Earl King was like a frame slow. Had it been a bit quicker and a bit more in conjunction with the engines of Jalingo, they might have been able to get it, but the response from Random Capitals was instant. As soon as the connection happened from Jalingo and that fear tether started, he flashed away, dashed away, come away all, popped the culling just for a little bit added security, and it didn't connect, and now we're seeing a gank in the bot lane.
Oh, and they're going for the right target. They're not going for Sivir. They knew there was a spell shield. First blood for King Joe too.
That's a huge pickup there. It's 400 bonus gold going over to this Jinx, which is almost complete with the culling as well. Currently almost 800 gold above their lane opponent, which is an absurd number. 2 minion waves fully completed as well. This is looking to be a great game for King Joe if they can keep this pace up. And I mean, it's much better than last game, right? They're still having that Malphite that they have to fight into. They still have to deal with this Sivir doing just everything they can to keep him in line, but they're off to a much better start. They're actually getting gold in their pocket. They're going to be able to build items this time. King Joe's feeling pretty good about this one.
Well, especially when you look at the CS leads across the rift. So Sheepman's got a lead. You got, a bit of a discrepancy in the jungle, but that's not much. Then Random Capital's mid lane. Oof, that is not looking good for poor old Earl King there in mid lane. Just trying to be able to get scraps of gold to be able to stay relatively even to this Lucian who eventually is going to be able to solo kill me. He went in Ignite. He went for this ability to be able to kill Earl King in lane, and we've seen how difficult it has been for Sylas to actually lane.
And this is the first time Random Capitals has really been able to garner such a lead for themselves between these two. And it's based off the Lucian pick as well. I mean, last time we saw these two match up, it was Lucian going up against, let me just double check. It was the Lucian versus the Tristana. And Random Capitals, off the back of that failed Jalingo dive, was able to stay even, but it was still a Lucian pick that was really aggressive. And it wasn't just Random Capitals earning that lead by themselves. It was the jungle assistance, even if it was not their own jungler, it was the enemy jungler. This time, they're just out laning Earl King in this ranged melee matchup.
Which gives free time for Dracos to be able to get that dragon earlier on. Now a Rift Herald into their pockets. This has been a much more slow-paced game so far from what we've been used to in this grand finals, because there's not really much that Optical have to do. They can play this one, Optical Orbital have to do in this. They can play so passively. They can wait it out because they have these massive leads where Random Capitals is able to constantly play forward. Even though there's a play made in the bot lane, a heal already came out. The flash already there. They're still trying to be able to get King Joe underneath the turret away. They've got the kill at least onto one, but Jalingo now is really far away. They have the TP from Sheepman if they wanted to continue to the fight, but they are going going to back off instead of trying to see if they can capitalize.
Dark Harvest Sever is something I've been a big fan of for a while now. You just get that big extra oomph of damage right at the end. It's so easy to proc it as well on Sever specifically, so I love to see it. It's definitely showing up already. Soulbert currently sitting at 2 souls, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in a pretty passive lane like Jinx Morgana, it's not exactly super easy to claim them, and to claim the second one and get the kill is pretty big. It evens up that gold lead quite a bit. Now actually Soulbert in the lead over King Joe, who I just said was 800 gold ahead. He's now gotten 2 plates, a kill, and evened up the CS lead on the side of Soulbert.
Plus a Cloud Dragon on the line too, so they'll be able to even up the dragons themselves, trying to see if they can force another fight. And with Jalingo not having that paranoia available this time around is going to be perfect. They're trying to see if they can force him in, but it's going to be the Rift Herald committed mid lane. The flash in, it's going to be the triple pull back in. Huge amount of damage. They've got damage on Jalingo, who flashed away but still died in the fight. Scouting Ground trying to do his best to be able to take it all up, but he couldn't do so. Now with the flash coming in from Random Capitals to be able to get a double kill for himself. Ishwan trying to be able to get away from him, but he is so scary with the Rift Herald here. It is going to be the mid lane that is taken by the side of Orbital.
We talked last game how they had the scaling composition and Orbital just needed to sit back, do nothing, and farm. This time, they have a great mix of early, late. They push the advantage. They lose the dragon off of the Rift Herald play mid, but it doesn't matter. They pick up 3 members in kills. They go over to some of the most critical members of Orbital, and they're really trying. They do get that first brick as well, and it looks like King Joe's going to be able to get some solo plates down in the bottom lane on top of all of that. And these gold leads are just swinging back and forth, but it's currently an overall 4K lead for Orbital Academy.
That was a huge swing of gold. The last ones were kind of minor, 800 gold one way, 800 gold the other way. This time around, being able to get 3 kills in that fight, as well as making sure that they can push back and get that tier 1 turret in mid lane. There is so much working for Orbital. Look at the mythics now completed across the board.
Yeah, it's insane how much power they just gained. And I wanted to mention it before that dragon actually fell, but they killed it so quick I didn't have time. There's a real world where we were going to get the Earth Soul once again, and that world has come to fruition. And this is huge. It's all those bonus resistances. Whichever team can get it is going to get 3 of them for the soul. And there's some really great recipients here. Renekton loves all those bonus resistances. We've already seen what Malphite can do with 18% bonus armor, magic resist. And the shielding here is very critical. But I mean, the lead is in the Orbital side this time. They can fight for all of these dragons and be competitive, or actually take them for themselves, which means they're not losing out on these free resistances like they did last game.
With this, it is going to now be on to We Love Soulbert to try to see if they can claw this game back away from Orbital. They love that back-to-back championship. We've already mentioned it before, and here now, 13 minutes into the game, this is a pretty large deficit they find themselves in. 2 kills on a Random Capitals onto the solution. As top lane, Sheepman with a level lead wants to be able to keep up the pressure against Scouting Grounds, never relent. And even Paranoia was expended just to see if they could dissuade the dive from happening onto Soulbert as, oh man, that damage on his Scouting Grounds, forcing use Unstoppable Force. Rocket flashed away, barely surviving at mid lane. The goalie was used to get a flash out of Earl King as well. And this is the side of Orbital committing so little but getting so much.
That teleport had to have been thinking Jalingo went in. So, because there's no way that teleport goes through on purpose without Jalingo being in the fight, and the reason being is exactly what we saw. Scouting Ground was left so far forward from the rest of the team, there's nobody to help him, forced to use the ultimate defensively for the first time we've seen here tonight on the Malphite, and it just completely opened up the map. They are going to get some damage on the tower. There's no real objective takes, and it was teleport for teleport, so the advantage only in terms of the flash on Scouting Ground and Earl King's being expended, but that is a troubling thing to be seen, because Orbital didn't even really do anything. They just walked forward.
Right.
They got all of that utility use from We Love Soulbert and then just walked away.
That's the whole thing too. It's Unstoppable Force was used defensively to be able to get away. Paranoia was popped and not followed up on at all by Jalingo. There's so much that happened there for We Love Soulbert that is just detrimental to what they want to be able to do, especially since it is going to be only a few seconds until we have another Rift Herald that spawns. And with this massive lead, near 5,000 gold coming in for the side of Orbital, they are in a perfect spot to force fights all the time.
And they have the money to back it up. They're at 4 mythics to 2 at the moment. And they are kind of close on the side of... Actually, nobody. These mythics are so far away. Holy. Because it's Balmy Cinder and the Bramble Vest. And then it's Lost Chapter, Seeker's Armguard. And the Seeker's Armguard is just to try and survive random capitals, 80 damage. But it is such a delay to getting that mythic on the side of King because it doesn't build into Everfrost. And that's what you need right now is the Silas. And obviously, Scouting Ground, you know, being a tank can play around with just mythic pieces. Okay. But here comes the gank.
Dominus was pumped. They're going to be able to get the fear underneath the turret and try to see if they get the stun with the unstoppable force. Getting a kill on a Renekton will be nice, but it's going to be answered on the other side. Soulbert trying to be able to get away. The Rocket going to be able to connect to be able to burst down that damage. The heal, though, they bailed on. Okay, they still get the kill with the Crescent Strike, but it is going to be now a trade in that Rift Herald top side.
That was almost tragic. That was almost so bad. They almost let Soulbert get away. They did lose King Joe's flash actually, with the kill ending up on Derikos' plate. So they do kill Soulbert, which is impactful because they do get the dragon. They might actually get the bottom tier 1 tower. Yeah, they do end up
the bottom tier 1 and tier 2. Look how low that one got too.
They might actually close this out. Yeah.
No, they're going to bail for the dragon. No mana left on the capitals either. So.
I'm gonna watch it. I don't care about the dragon. That tower's dead.
Hey, the dragon's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh,
tower's
okay.
dead.
All right, cool. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to get it. Random Capitals made the smart call, too, to be able to walk back towards it, to be in range, to be able to get the gold. So now you have even more gold into the solution. Even more to be able to continually scale up and be an absolute terror in these team fights.
Yeah, it goes back to base, picks up that Caulfield Warhammer, more damage, more cooldown reduction, means more spells are slinging out of his guns, and he's just dominating King right now, who hasn't had the best game, is on the Silas though, so I will never count them out. Silas is so strong right now, so much healing in the kit. It's just, you know, is this going to be another game of, do we see the Grievous Wounds items come out too late for Orbital, or are they just going to be continuously overpowering them in terms of just raw damage to the point where the healing doesn't matter?
I mean, normally I'd be like, oh yeah, you got to get the Grievous Wounds to be able to stop a Silas, and you have to worry about Nocturne. I mean, yeah, normally you do have to care about that, but this game
King Joe
is not looking like normal. As King Joe, he probably is gonna die here. They're using a lot to be able to kill him here, so that is going to be the life of the Jinx. It's now Orange people having to go golden to be able to survive, but look at the damage coming in from the call to be able to do a lot with the Unstoppable Force. Going to be able to take it around and get 2 kills. Huge pull back in. The damage was not enough, though, to be able to get the kills that needed to onto the side of We Love Soulbert, who get away with murder.
Well, look at Sheepman. Sheepman's on a tower, just drilling away damage. Is going to be able to secure that bot tier 2. And so you look at what We Love Soulbert gained. They killed the bottom lane. They killed the support and AD carry, not exactly hard, and they spent 1, 2, 3 ultimates, a flash from Jalingo, and just everybody's time in the top lane. It looks like they even spent the exhaust here from Eshwan, so is that a hashtag worth in chat? I'm not saying it. Somebody else might.
You know, at this point in the game, getting kills like that, but only losing a turret is the best thing you can imagine for We Love Soulbert. They will take those. Those are the minor Pyrrhic victories that they kind of need at this point. They got to make sure they're getting something on the map, because if they just lose the turret bot lane and don't get any kills at all, like I'm pretty sure the turret dies no matter what. No matter the play they make, that turret bot lane dies. So getting 2 kills and one of them onto King Joe is enough.
Yeah, King Joe has had a pretty standout game so far. Yeah, he's won 1 in 3, but he's got 184 CS, has been in the right place in a lot of the right times, and it's going to take a lot to take him out with the backing of Orange Meatball. But for now, King Joe is on a ward.
Yeah, but has backup. Look at this. Random Capitals, Orange Meatball, both of them hanging in the wings, trying to wait it out. Who does
King Joe got it.
Yeah, King Joe. Okay, I was wondering, like, who got that one?
126 gold to the Jinx plus Vision always feels good. 2 minutes till the next dragon, 20 seconds to the Baron. Both teams actually pretty quick on the Baron. Oh, actually, We Love Soulbert have a kind of slow one because it's lethality Sivir.
She's good at pushing a wave. She's not good at anything else.
Yeah, then they don't like they have the Nocturne who, you know, can be pretty decent at Baron, but it's the Stridebreaker tank route, so not a lot of damage in the back there. Does smite away the Gromp, so only going to lose one Jungle Beast in the span of a minute.
Yeah, but right now, we love Soulbert. They're kind of still just hanging in there. They need to get a little bit more, and like I said, even though it was a nice Pyrrhic victory they had earlier, it's still a Pyrrhic victory. They're not really regaining control on this Rift. They're 6,000 gold behind. They had the Rift Herald, but they were forced to pop it mid lane because it was about to time out. Well before the Dragon spawns up, so they can't even make a play there. They don't have the position on wards to be able to fight around the Baron. All of this is just them trying desperately, clinging to get anything they can possibly get.
They might actually get this mid tower, believe it or not, since they are so spread on the side of Orbital. You know, they're just making sure that everybody's staying farming, making sure they can keep this advantage that they've so far gained for themselves. And, you know, looking at the kills, it's really kind of fallen away from Orbital. They were 4-1 at one point, now we're 5-4. We haven't had the same explosive team fight like we saw at the earlier Dragon fight, but this could be it. This is Soul Point potentially coming up for Orbital Academy. And look at We Love Soulbert.
They're
not
so
really
far back.
close.
6,000 gold behind too, 21 minutes into the game with the Dragon about to spawn and getting Soul Point. Even if it's not the soul itself, Soul Point, I argue, is almost just as valuable, just because how much control it gives you on the map and where you can tell your opponents they have to be. They have to answer you every single time now at that Dragon, every single time it spawns, because if you don't, if you relent for one moment, that is now a Mountain Soul picked up by the side of Orbital Academy, meaning that you're never really going to be able to fully burst down your targets.
Yeah, and I do like that Orbital or We Love Soulbert recognize that they're not really in fighting shape at the moment, and for the first time they're going to give up the Dragon. I think that that's the right call. They're not really going to be winning 5v5s against Orbital Academy right now, so they fall away. They take the time to farm up, push out some waves, try and gain some breathing room, but they can't even move over to the Baron just to make sure it's not being taken. There is that one deep control ward, but Jalingo just trying to roam around. He gets caught by the Morgana and forced to spell shield away.
I mean, Spell Shield is still pretty low cooldown after all. It's not the worst thing in the world, but they just don't have that control they need. Random Capital's able to keep this control of vision around Baron up for the side of Orbital, where Jalingo wants to be able to answer it, but it's all just waiting, biding their time as minions slowly start to push top lane. They're already set up to slowly push towards the base of We Love Soulbert, while bot lane, they wanted to be able to set up a slow push themselves the opposite way, but now they're forced to use TP to try to answer a Baron call 23 minutes into the game, but this is it. They're just trying to see if they can bait out the summoner spells, so that way they can then make the split push play with their own advantage.
A really weird minor thing right as that Baron started was we actually saw Eshwan pop the Blast Cone in the face of Jalingo, so that was no longer an option to get into the pit. Was only going to have the Paranoia or the Flash to get in and not really have much else in terms of getting, you know, around the Rift Heralds, or not Rift, the Baron, excuse me, safely. But just a small little thing that was in the top corner of the screen there. Teleport, obviously a huge advantage being taken away, but it's only kind of evening the field, right? Because Random Capitals went the Ignite, so hasn't really been able to sit in a side lane and be unaware of what the map is happening. Has to constantly be moving around, making sure that he is in range of a team fight to make sure that he can help out the team whenever he needs to, whereas, you know, Erlking can go hang out in the bottom lane when it's available, can teleport into the team fight and try and keep pressure on other portions of the map.
But that's when it's available. And right now, it is not for Erlking. Gonna be quite some time, which means Sheepman has all this advantage, wants to be able to force scouting grounds towards that bot lane, but unfortunately, not really wanting to give up that. They don't want to have the Malphite away from the team, as you had mentioned. They need to have this Malphite with everybody, but that means that with Erlking, once he's spotted in the bot lane, it's going to be the call for Baron again. It's going to be trying to force out yet another sort of summoner play from the side of We Love Soulbert so that Orbital Academy can keep up this pressure and keep up this insane lead.
Yeah, the last time we saw a team fight between these two teams, We Love Soulbert didn't even have mythic items. This time, though, they're fully kitted in terms of that. Even there's some secondary items coming through. I do see the Randuin's Omen completed for Jalingo. The Zonia's Hourglass just now being completed from Earl King. That was actually super important because it means that you could potentially get multiple rotations of that Kingslayer ability that does, as we all know, heal you up so very, very much on the Silas. So that is actually probably the most important item behind his mythic that Earl King could have picked up.
This game is so different from what we have seen all series long. Both teams have been smashing their heads against one another, trying to see if they can draw out these fights, draw out anything from their opponents. But in the final game, the one that matters the most, they're playing tempered. They're waiting it out. They're trying to see if they can bait out the macro calls coming in to see if maybe, just maybe, they can catch Wheel of Soulbert way out of position or vice versa. If there's going to be that pick potential that can come in, the movement speed Soulbert and each one can give to the team to try to see if they can take out Random Capitals, take out King Joe.
Yeah, they're trying to get into this Baron pit to clear out vision. Sheepman's actually the only one here. Thankfully for him, the enemy team doesn't know that, so they don't know if he has backup or not, but that could have been a pick potential with only a minute left until this all-important Dragon Soul. So he's going to push up top, has teleport available. He is being meted by, or met, excuse me, it's been a long series, folks. English is failing me. But yeah, being met up by Jalingo there with the Paranoia, with the
no, not Jalingo.
But it's 40 seconds till Dragon. This is looking scary.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It doesn't matter if it's 40 seconds. What is Sheepman going to do? He's going to push the minions in and try to take another turret for the team. More gold into their pockets, and having that TP advantage to be able to join the team at any moment. The moment that they spot out all 5 members are there, you're going to bet that he's going to take this grudge, go towards the top turret, and try to see if they can crack at least that final outer turret.
Already teleporting to the mid lane heat. They're not even going to push that hard. They're going for the 5-man team fight, and looking at the items, I mean, Scouting Ground could change this. He's got his ultimate available. He's got tank stats. He just needs to find King Joe.
Wants to be able to dive into the back line. Remember, Black Shield only for one target, and you better bet it's going to be for King Joe, at least if they're playing this one wisely. But with Orange Meatball playing far up, looking for the Dark Bindings, looking to be able to get a Soul Shackles into that Zonias, it's going to be difficult. The Dragon has been started up, and it's going to be the engage coming in. Paranoia diving into the back line. It's going to be huge, though. The stolen ult, and now the Paranoia onto King Joe. They've got their shut down, but they've lost the Nocturne. Turned around by Random Capitals, making sure they can completely rout them. The flash coming in from Scouting Ground, trying to be able to get on the Random Capitals, but they just can't. Double kill comes in for Dracos, and now it's only the bot lane for We Love Soulbert. Soulbert himself trying to be the king that they need to, the one they can rally behind. With the low health bars on the side of Orbital, they can maybe, just maybe, stop this Dragon from being fully taken, but it's still the disadvantage.
I mean, that Dark Harvest Sivir just needs to land a single Boomerang Blade, and it'll probably kill somebody, so they can't actually realistically go for this Dragon, although Terra goes.
Look at the flank from Random Capitals. Bot lane now are gone. Delayed ace for the side of Orbital Academy. That's going to be the Mountain Soul as well. They are in the prime position to take down the reigning champions.
This is looking so good for them. The best case scenario engagement happened. They landed the Diana ultimate, the Unstoppable Force, and the Paranoia all onto King Joe before he finally died. And after that, there wasn't a whole lot left to the side of We Love Soulbert, and they just kind of slowly melted away. King Joe did die for his sins, but Random Capitals was so strong in that fight, still so mobile, able to keep dashing in and out of danger, keep pumping out the damage with that Kraken Slayer Essence Reaver combo, and it was just so clean from that point. Scouting Ground was insanely tanky. They survived a long time before finally falling, but when you're tank Malphite, it doesn't matter how long you survive because you're not doing damage. You're not being productive.
Flash in. Paranoia has been popped. Looking for King Joe. The Soul Shackle is going to be able to get the Zonias out of Earl King, but he is so far away from everyone that it's a rampage for Dracos, making sure that there's not going to be that answer. The TP is now gone, and the pings onto Baron are coming through.
Yeah, with the Paranoia down, there's no real entrance outside of Flash or a Blast Cone into the pit here. So Jalingo has to be a little bit more committal in terms of how he gets into the Baron. And, you know, he chose not to be aggressive there because he recognized he's behind the flank, but Does it actually matter? We'll see.
Well, let's see. They want to be able to get inside the Baron pit. It's too late. It's going to be secured, and they've got the knockup with the moon full for 2 kills onto the head of Sheepman. Soulbert trying to be able to escape, going to be able to at least use the spell shield to get a little bit of distance, but they still want it. They want more. Zap going to be able to get the slow it needed to with the stun coming through. Rocket ace from Sheepman. Orbital Academy. They've got the ace one more time. Earl King just spawning in time to see the base in tatters with the Mountain Soul, with the Baron buff on all 5 members of Orbital Academy. They're here to take down the Kings. They want to be the new ones here at Risen, Premade dominant. There are no Nexus turrets that will remain standing after this push. One final fight might come through from the side of We Love Soulbert, but they just don't have the damage. They don't have the health bars, and it's the game and the series for the side of Orbital Academy.
Absolutely lights out play in this final game between the two teams. Orbital Academy just taking their strengths and really applying them to this game, showing off where they could, and they came out prepared to play. And it took them game 5s, but that's the story of Orbital. They've gone to game 5 every single series they've played here in the playoffs, and they've made that game 5 count. Game 5 buffs for all 5 members. Look at their scorelines. Yes, they're not all, super positive in KDs, but they had damn near 100% KP on just about everybody except Sheepman.
I mean, doesn't matter if the Renekton isn't necessarily like super far ahead. He's far ahead enough. He's far ahead enough to be able to be a threat. And oh man, that was well done coming in from the side of Orbital Academy to be able to win that game 5. And honestly, I want to even say this during the game, but I didn't get a chance. This felt like what had been drafted in game 2 by Orbital, but much better. The Diana seemed so much more comfortable for Dracos and how he was able to pilot that, as opposed to the Rumble that he had in game 2. That this makes me wonder what would have happened had it been this champion as opposed to Rumble in game 2.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It clearly was much more comfortable for the Derricos player. Maybe it's just the dashes and the assassination style that is the difference between that team fighter or, the Diana. And it clearly is an assassin main for Derricos. I mean, the 2 games on the Rengar they won, taking it to a game 5, piling onto that Diana and making that work as well. The team have risen above We Love Soulbert. They've claimed their crown, and it's Orbital Academy that are your Premade Dominant 5 grand champions.
Congratulations out to them for taking this series, for taking this entire playoffs. The game 5s all abound, and like you said, the playoff buff. Also want to give a shout out to We Love Soulbert making it to another finals 2 in a row. Even if they weren't able to claim victory this time around, being able to make it back into the finals regardless is still impressive.
Yeah, it's been a long, hard-fought season for both teams, and to see them come here once again, they'll definitely be able to both hang their heads high on the work that they've put in to get to this point. And I mean, yes, Soulbert may not become a victory, but it was hard-fought. This was a hard series for them, and it all came down to just the small little things in Game 5 that just broke Orbital's way. Congratulations to both teams.
And that's going to do it for us here at Risen. It was fun being able to cast the finals for the Premade Dominant. And it was great casting with you, Doctor. Make sure you all follow Doctor as you can. The socials are, I believe, at the Doctor's Inn with 2 N's on the Inn. Correct?
Yep.
I was
Doctor
right.
is in. Yep.
There we go. Perfect. Make sure you follow him. And thank you, everyone, for joining us here at Risen. I hope you have a wonderful night. We'll see you next season. Take care.